Good evening, and welcome to Tea Time with Caetsu Chaiji, which is me, of course. Tonight, we're, as usual on Tea Time, going to be discussing Final Fantasy XIV stuff, maybe not Final Fantasy XIV stuff, depends on what we get up to, and then probably review some clips that you've sent me. There's a lot of variety, and sometimes the conversations we have take a while, so I can't guarantee how much we will watch of clips, but I do have I think 6 things, which does both include some ultimate footage from Bondi and some dungeon content from Gazel, and I believe also some dungeon content from Matthew, among other things. So yeah, if you want to send me a clip of yours for me to check out on these streams, for example, you can do that on the Discord community server. You see here. And there's a link to that. Anyway, hello Caetsu, hey Gazel, hey Sergeant Blaine, and hey Tristan. I hope you're all doing very well and having a good Thursday. So Tuesday, new patch. So far we got a new map in Crystalline Conflict. I don't think a lot of people have seen it because it's PvP. It's a more niche type of content. I hope the people that have played it are enjoying it. And I've heard that it is a lot less complicated than the rules list makes it out to be. But I only have one source on that. The reason why I think it might be a lot of people haven't tried it is because the map cycle for Crystalline Conflict, the map changes every 90 minutes. And the new map, I believe, is only on the list once in 2 loops. Some of the basic maps, like the classic Palaestra, I believe is on the list twice. So it will take I think, what was the list? Maybe the list is shown here. Let me see. No, it just shows the current one and the next one. I think it's 8 things, and it's on at the end, so it takes a lot of time before it comes around, right? So I could imagine that some people simply will miss it repeatedly day after day. And then we also have a new variant dungeon. I haven't seen it yet. For those curious, I plan to stream doing it from the very beginning on Tuesday. So next week. Because this week we were doing the Fall Guys event. Which I also have some things I would like to talk about a little bit later maybe. Or maybe very shortly. Matthew says, been doing Criterion, so I had no time for anything else. Fair enough. Fortunately, if you want everything from the Fall Guys event, it isn't too time consuming. You can smash it out in a single day if you just farm. You can also take it over a few days. If you can get to the 2nd stage or even get to the third stage, you don't have to win. You will if you reach the 3rd stage 20 times, then you have nearly everything already. So it takes a few days, probably, assuming you're not too unlucky. Sergeant Blaine says, first question of the day, how were you smiling non-stop on the waiting screen? I did it in G-pose. So the trick there is your character in G-pose will repeatedly perform whatever emote and expression that you've given it. And the way that works is when the emote begins, the expression begins. I talked about this in the in the screenshot or G-pose tutorial in yesterday's video, if you're interested. But that also means that emotes that are or non-emotes sitting down tends to just keep the expression rolling forever. So you can see I used an expression there. She's smiling. Let's see how long it takes for her to stop smiling. But yeah, the trick is, and the thing that can make it confusing is that if you use a really long emote, the expression is initiated when you start the emote. So that means if I do this, around 5 seconds of expression, right? So if your emote is more than 5 seconds, then the expression just ends, and then you're left with this face for the rest of the emote. You can only bypass this with another trick that I mentioned in yesterday's video, is that while this only works on yourself and your squadron list, you can actually like call an expression in the middle of an emote with that by just spamming it, and that way you can keep the expression for as long as you like, but only on yourself, which makes it a little awkward if you wanted other people in the G-pose to also be smiling, right? But yeah, I do talk a lot about a bunch of tricks you can use in G-pose in the video I put out yesterday if you didn't see it. Right, so a thing that I found extremely interesting, also Caetsu and Gazel is here, a thing I found very interesting about the Fall Guys event is that I've seen a lot of discussion about the event. I believe the most common opinion on it is that it's pretty janky, it's pretty awkward. I don't think I've seen very many say that it's like really well designed and it just works nicely. I'm not sure I've seen anyone like talk with that sentiment. I've seen a lot of people say that they really like it, but they typically don't comment on they don't comment on how it actually works. Like, it's just, I like it, and that's that. Hey, Sugoi, or Sukep, I hope you're doing well. I actually have been, so I was streaming my first experience of the Fall Guys event Tuesday, and then yesterday I did it some more off stream. I agree, Sajjan Blaine, that it's fine as it is. I feel like personally it would have been better if this didn't exist. This is what ruins it for some people. You might say, well, who needs this? Like, it's just a title. Like, I'm pretty sure most people aren't even remotely aware how many titles they have. So what's one title? The problem is that some people are like achievement hunters, right? They want every achievement. So this isn't like an option. It's an order. Like, it's a to-do list. Exactly, the person who got all of the achievements after 10 years needs this. They have to win 100 times. And the reason why that's a problem is if the only reward you get for winning was, the vastly increased MGF reward at the end, then, like, sure, people might use shady tricks to complete that quickly. There's a genuine possibility because there are some things you can sell the die, that some people might use that as an opportunity to make some cash. But the thing is, if you're going to get shady about it, there's probably better ways to make money, right? That's like, this can't really compete that well with that. But this, needing 100 first places, gives some players the incentive to cheat. If they get away with it, they get away with it. If they don't, they might of course get banned. But cheating wouldn't have been necessary if there wasn't a special reward for winning. I want to be clear that that I'm pretty sure that actual, like, cheating in frontline PvP is a lot more rare than, like, ranked crystalline conflict, where we have seen somewhat recently someone flat out hacking on stream probably to prove a point. But the point is, when there is like a valuable, quote unquote, because we decide the value of this achievement, when there is a valuable reward for winning, then it means that there is an incentive to win. And if you can win more by cheating, then some players will feel incentivized to cheating. How can you cheat? I have seen footage of someone actually using a speed hack in Blunderville and still losing. And then there's the much less blatant cheats, which I wouldn't call cheating, just, clever use of game mechanics. If you queue for Blunderville at a time where there's like no one else, then you can go alone. And that means that all you have to do is not lose. Like the first map the first stage, you have 3 minutes to finish the stage, which is a lot of time. So just be patient, just go through it. The thing is, most of the time in the first 2 days I've done it, the people that time out on that first stage because they messed up somewhere, and then now they're behind, so now they stress and then they mess up again. Like the pendulums, I'm sure you know which one I'm talking about, you cannot rush that. But if you just greed it a little bit more, then you vastly increase your chance of falling off and only reduce the total time that that part of the map takes by like half a second. So it's just go patient, and then you get through it. On the second stage, I'm guessing if you get the Swiveler with Typhon, you just auto-win because there's no one to eliminate, I would assume. And if you get the Crystal one, well, let's say I have landed in that one with 3 players, like me and 2 friends, and we timed out because we all discovered that we were really bad at that one. So we got like 3 minutes of practice, which was very helpful because since then I've been able to like place as first qualified on that map pretty consistently, like first or fifth or so, but like quickly because I got the time to practice. And the third map, again, 3 minutes, but by design, the third map, I'm pretty sure if you just hold W and just turn to point towards forward, you'll win eventually. Like, there's very few things that can actually push you back and prevent you from winning. You can't fall off the map, so as soon as you've reached the third stage, if you're alone on the map, you win. So, like, that's a way to game it. But, you know what another way to game it is that there's only 24 seats. Which means, hypothetically, I don't see any at a glance here, but hypothetically, you could host an alliance raid of 24 players. If you can find 23 players that are willing to just sit there and let someone win, you could sell the achievement. It would take a while, but you could sell wins if you just have 23 players willing to sell, right? And you just need to find one buyer. So you can cheat. Like, you can buy the achievement, and all of these things that make it possible to like get it in a shady way takes a little bit of value out of it. And some people might get it legitimately, and there's no reason to assume everyone that has the title cheated to get it or used a shady trick to get it. I'm sure there's some genuine people that got it. I'm just saying that this achievement is like, I feel like it puts the event in an awkward spot for some reason. Hopefully the event comes back multiple times, because the thing is, the reason why I don't think I see very many people outright cheat in Frontline is because while there are achievements for winning 100 matches on each map, you have the rest of Final Fantasy XIV's life to get it. Whereas this King or Queen Bean achievement, We've been told the event is temporary, lasts the rest of the year. But we've also been told that it will come back. But when? We don't know. And because we don't know, we might as well assume that it never comes back, right? So some people see this as the only chance to get it. So I think that's one thing. Like, I think that achievement is a bad idea. And hey Adam, hey Uru, and hey Viek, I hope you're all doing very well. When Queen Bean Kai, I don't think I'll get the achievement. You saw I had one. I'm very good at reaching the third stage, but the third stage hates me. Every time I try to play carefully, I get hit. Every time I try to, like, and when I just, like, take a chance and go for it, it lets me through just enough that it looks like I'll get it, but then, like, just knees me right in the last second, so I still go second. I have multiple times actually reached the end and then get blocked because someone else got there first, like by a second. So I'm like, I have just decided I don't care. I realized that being competitive about something with like a very strict time constraint like that can be very stressful. It was very stressful for me to get Crystal rank in Season 1 of Crystalline Conflict, just as an example. Let's see, Sergeant Blame says, wonder actually if you are alone, if you can get Typhon. I ended up solo 3 times, but it's been crystals only. Well, random do as random is, right? On day 1, Tuesday, I think we did at least like 13, maybe 14 games, something like that. And we had the crystal map like 2 times, I think, 2 or 3 times. And all the other ones were swivel. Like, we repeatedly had the one with Typhon in the middle, like over and over and over again. So it's equally possible that you can't get the swivel one if you're alone. And it's also equally possible that it's just random. I would assume if you ever landed in the swivel one, there's 2 ways it could go. Either you can only lose, or you automatically win the instant that the game mode starts. I suppose it would make sense that they have an out in case there is only one person. And it would probably make more sense if that out is to just default and give you the crystal one, because that one is, you know, just qualify players. And the reason why there should be such an out is because it is possible, unlikely, but possible, that only one person qualifies from the first stage. And if only one person qualifies, then it means that, well, first of all, the second stage is basically redundant because everyone else has already been cut out. The third stage is technically redundant because everyone else has already been cut out, but by design, the game has to go on. Hey Taraka and hey Aradil, I hope you're both doing very well. Yeah, something that I think is very interesting about the Fall Guys event, more so than this whole winner-loser thing, is the game mechanics discussion that has popped up about it. I'm sure a lot of you might know exactly what I'm talking about when I'm saying this. You run through the stage and then something behind you hits you. So you get yeeted into the air. Yeah, netcode is a word that is getting thrown out around a lot. But something extremely interesting that you might observe if when you lose, so if you lose, so you drop into spectator mode, try and stay in the match and look at other people, because something that I noticed was that from my perspective, at least when I was spectating, most other players actually got hit only when they obviously got hit from my perspective. And the thing is, just a second. The thing is, because Final Fantasy XIV is a game that works on the internet, I know, shocking revelation, What you see in the game is not exactly the same as what everyone else sees. If you walk forward, something and a very neat trick to demonstrate this that I've done once before is, if you would like to see that, just like get someone on stream with you, like like Discord or something, like just stream to each other so you can see each other's monitor, and then just walk down a street and then have your friend try and walk on top of you. What you're going to notice is on your friend's screen, you're going to be standing on top of each other. On your screen, one of you is going to be ahead, and it's probably you. The reason for this is your computer says to the server where you're standing or moving to. Then the server sends to your friend where you are, and by the time that like double send has happened, you're not there anymore, which means that the easiest way to explain it is that when you're running around in the game, you're actually viewing a ghost in front of where you actually are, that is dictating where you are actually going, which means that the reality is that if I'm running forward, where I actually am is like just slightly behind me. It's extra interesting when you see a mechanic like a spread marker or a stack marker that somehow hits you even though you weren't in the area on your screen, but actually what the server saw was where the server saw the other player was and where you were, and correlated those two and went, well, you still got hit, which means that if someone is running at you with a spread marker and you're running away, unless you are like a significant distance ahead of them, you'll get sniped anyway, because as far as the server is concerned, you were in that marker, right? And let me see. Yeah, exactly, Sergeant Blaine. You came to it as the same as I did. Zephyrus says, I just read a post on Reddit discussing this. Mechanics happen on server side and not client side. That's intended. Exactly. The point of mechanics is to memorize when they happen server side, not react on client side. Exactly. The thing that makes the game very weird about that is because, in my experience, the exact timing of a lot of snapshots, like a lot of snapshots, is such that it appears that it's actually respecting client side. There's a lot of things in Final Fantasy XIV that appears to respect client side so that it actually takes into account where you are on your screen. But this isn't always consistent because obviously some things have to happen server side, right? That makes sense. The way that I typically explain it is that I say that often the server takes your word for it. A particular example of the server taking your word for it is if you've ever seen bots move through the game in Final Fantasy XIV. You know the ones, those Lalafels, Underlim, Silominsa, those random black mages that just drop out of the sky every now and then. Yeah, the way that works is that they just say to the server that actually I'm standing here, and the server just goes, alright then. Just lets it happen. I believe this is also why you can speed hack, is because you can just say that you are further forward than you actually are. And sometimes the game takes your word for it when your computer says, no, I wasn't standing in that. Most of the time it goes, you are on it on my side, and you got hit anyway. Fall Guys, the Fall Guys event, is particularly egregious about this because normally we can determine when the snapshot happens because there is a cast bar. often there is some sort of indicator, something we can see that tells us when the snapshot happens. The problem is that in the Fall Guys event, the circle AoEs that happen on the third stage, the telegraph appears, but at that point you've already been snapshotted. Like, if you were standing in it when the telegraph appears, or maybe even a moment before it appears, you're already hit. Too bad. And this applies to most things in Blunderville, but that is also partly because they seem to happen client-side, which means that the more lag you have, and that ghost I was talking about, the exact location of that ghost is dependent on how long it takes your computer to tell the server where you are now. Though, like, it happens less in Final Fantasy XIV. Like, often it becomes a smooth motion. But if anyone has ever played World of Warcraft, like in a battleground against someone with a lag switch, like, it's just a teleporting galore. Like, that rogue just teleports behind you repeatedly, and for some reason it's an advantage for them because they're basically throttling their position data to the server, but they're not moving so much that the server disagrees. It's just having trouble making it look seamless. So if you had more latency, I could imagine that the Fall Guys event becomes more impossible to deal with. And yeah, that is also true, Sergeant Blaine. It's kind of like trying to AoE mobs, generally speaking, if you can keep up with the mobs, so that you don't, like, fall out of range in the middle of the animation. It's fine. Ziza Perez says, I recently watched your videos about secondary stats and are very useful. Thank you. I have one small question about Determination and Paladin. Will the healing in Holy Spirit be improved? Yes. So I actually made a video about weird mechanics in Final Fantasy XIV after the Determination video because there was a misunderstanding. There's actually a few things that I've discovered since making these stats videos, but the thing is, I could put like a patch note in the comments, but like 99% of people will not even see it. So instead, I will just have to own it and just be like, well, I messed that one up. The first one is, Determination says that it increases the amount restored by healing spells, but it doesn't actually mean spells. It means healing magic, but everything that can heal you in Final Fantasy XIV is considered magic, because obviously your wounds aren't going to close by physical means. So it is a little bit of a confusing take, because there are other buffs in the game, like this one, that flat out says healing magic and means spells. Like, Temperance doesn't work on abilities, but it does work on Medica too. If White Mage had an attack like Sage's Doses that has the Cardia effect, I'm not sure if Temperance would work on that. I don't really know. Because I don't know if Cardia is then considered an ability, because Cardia is an ability, but Doses is a spell. But I can tell you that Holy Spirit, the cure potency, is indeed... That Holy Spirit's cure potency is affected by Determination. However, and both Tenacity and Determination, I should say. However, the damage increasing portion of its effect is so much more significant. See, for example, my video about the damage dealing bottleneck, that it doesn't matter. You want Determination over Tenacity because Determination make you do damage better. You want Direct Hit over Determination, despite Direct Hit not actually making you heal better, because Direct Hit, by like a fraction of a fraction, as I think I mentioned in the Determination Direct Hit video, beats determination if you have less of it. Like, it's so minuscule amounts, but because you don't need the extra healing, for the most part, people just ignore it. That's part of the reason why these kinds of misunderstandings can happen. I, like, sat down and tested it to discover that it's incorrect. It doesn't mean healing spells. It means all healing. I believe the only thing... I'm not even sure about that. Oh yes, most things are affected by determination. I'm pretty sure all things are affected by determination. But there are exceptions to other rules about increasing amounts. I believe, I do remember that the thrill of battle didn't seem to increase the healing of bloodwetting regardless of the application order. However, on the other hand, bloodwetting heals for such an absolutely enormous amount, even with only a single target, that for the most part people don't really care. And that's why I don't see very much discussion about this, not very much research about it, because it doesn't really matter. Does Thrill of Battle stack with, like, does it work on bloodwetting? Doesn't really matter. Will probably heal enough anyway, so people don't bother checking. That's also why there can be these disagreements where people say, it says spells, why would you check? Matthew says, Protraction, Benediction, and Thrill heals are not affected by determination. That is correct. Percentage-based healing heals for exactly the listed amount. That is correct. You could say TBN isn't affected either, but all barriers are not considered healing. They're like, they either scale with healing and just like is based on that, or they just say what they do. And TBN is, you of course, based on a percentage-based heal, so not affected. Also missile damage. Yeah, because it's percentage-based indeed. What would Benediction even do if it got affected? Heal more. Technically. I believe the reason why Benediction doesn't get affected by determination is, of course, because Protraction is here. Increases maximum HP of a party member or self by 10% and restores the amount increased, which is the same as saying increases max HP by 10% and heals the player by 10% of their max HP, or rather, the opposite of that, although it happens in such an order that it first increases your max HP and then adds the healing. So it's like, if they actually wanted to be completely clear with what this meant without like letting some of it be like assumed you know what they mean, they would have to be like, takes a snapshot of 10% of your HP, then increases your HP by 10%, and then adds the snapshotted health to your HP, or something ridiculous like that, right? But Benediction could, like, it would be just as accurate if it just said restores 100% of the target's HP. Like, that would be the same. Also, Blade, Eska. I hope you're doing well. Matthew says, I'm not sure how it is in Blunderville, but also animations don't reflect the time things happen, even accounting for lag, and exactly that is true. There's a snapshot. This goes back to what we were talking about a moment ago. There is a snapshot in the game, and that is the only thing that dictates when something happens. Sometimes that snapshot is before the animation even begins. Sometimes the snapshot happens after the animation begins. Sometimes it happens in the middle of it. Usually the snapshot happens right around when the mechanic begins. Like, it's pretty specific, but it's not consistent. Like, not perfectly consistent. It's consistent between mechanics, so once you know the snapshot of a specific mechanic, you know when it happens. And hey, Zach, I hope you're doing well. overhealing like in Team Fortress 2 and get uber health. You know, I don't think we need that. Not as long as Warrior does what Warrior does. Could you imagine if you could like get extra HP by overhealing? You just like, just picture it. You're like in an expert roulette, and the warrior uses bloodwetting, and its health bar just increases across your screen. It just gets extended, and instead of like a bar over your health or under your health, it's just. There is a kind of overhealing in the game. It's just shields. Yeah, like generally imagine if overhealing had some sort of effect, where like overhealing, like the healing itself, became something useful. I remember, I think it was Druid in World of Warcraft that had like, I think it was like a cooldown they could use, at least back in Legion, which like increased the amount of healing their healing over time effects did, and then also had like an effect where it actually stored the overhealing it did and then like redistributed the healing that wasn't needed to people that did need it, so that you could just like uber mega heal a few people, and if they got fully healed, other people in the area got healing, which is, you know, a lot more significant when there could be like 20 people in a raid rather than just 8. Overhealing for the extra aggro, and that's actually a good one. I don't think I've mentioned this. Back in Stormblood, that's when I started playing, I mained Paladin for a while. One of the dungeons that I did a lot because it was an expert roulette was the Swallow's Compass. Some of you may know Swallow's Compass, some of you may not. Some of you may not even realize what I'm talking about, because the only experience you had with Swallow's Compass was, oh, I need to do this to unlock a trial that I want a mount from, so I'm just gonna do this, and then just go in, right? But back in Stormblood, like, enmity was a little bit more difficult to deal with, especially in a dungeon where like people were just, you know, attacking all willy-nilly. But healing enmity mattered a little bit more because of that. The way that healing enmity works is that, how about this? The way enmity works is that when you do 1 point of damage, you generate 1 point of enmity on that target. If you have tank stats on, it's actually 10 enmity for 1 point of damage. It just multiplies it by 10. Easy. Healing is 0.5. So if you heal for 1 point of healing, it generates half an enmity. So not a full one, just a half point of enmity. And then takes all targets that the person you healed are in combat with and distributes that half point of enmity evenly between them. So if there's only one target, they get half a point of enmity towards you. If there's 10 enemies, each of them gets like a 20th of an enmity for 1 point of healing. So if you do a lot of healing, you generate a lot of enmity. But if there's a lot of enemies, the enmity is distributed evenly between them, so it's less of a problem. And indeed, as Gazel says, back in the day when Region generated enmity, at a point in Endwalker, they actually removed all enmity generation from heal over time effects. So that doesn't mean that Region generates 0 enmity. The application of Region itself applies a buff, and applying buffs generates a marginal amount of enmity. I don't think they've ever increased it, so it's like an amount that maybe was significant in A Realm Reborn, but it's certainly not anymore. And then it just heals, generating no enmity because they removed it. But back in the day, this would generate enmity, which meant that, like back in Stormblood or before that, tanks often would prefer if the healer just didn't apply a heal over time effect while they were pulling. It was better if the healer didn't do anything. Similarly, it was much more common that DPS players were incentivized to not do too much while the tank was pulling, because the tank did like one thing and it didn't generate nearly as much enmity. Anyway, what's important about Swallow's Compass in this story is that the final boss, which was like this Monkey King looking type, I don't think he has it anymore, but he had this in intermission where he summoned like 8 ads, like in a circle, like in the outer ring of the arena. And if you were to chase down each one, to like smack it once to generate enmity on it as a tank, that would take an eternity because they were too far spread out. So what I would do is I would just cast Clemency on myself. Which gave me top enmity on all of them. Just make sure to be in like a shield oath, like the tank stance when you do it, to get that enmity multiplier on your healing. It wasn't about making a lot of enmity, it was just about generating enmity on the enemy so they came to you. I thought that was like an interesting trick you could perform. It's not really relevant anymore. I don't think there's any encounters where you would need to do that. And if you did, usually the ads DPS players could also tank a few hits if it really came down to that, right? Just every time you go over your normally max HP, you just get a new HP bar. It's like some other MMOs or like like JRPGs and stuff where bosses have like 10 HP bars, and every time you clear one, it just changes to a different color. So you're just like, how much HP do you have? It's just, oh, you killed me 3 times. Unfortunately, I have 10 lives. I'm more lively than a cat. Yex says, isn't there a way to increase the max health to ridiculous amounts in Baldessian Arsenal? I don't know. I haven't been in Baldessian Arsenal, but in like... in those like Eureka, Boja areas, there are some items that can do some really hilarious stuff. Is what I know. Like some of the biggest single hits, I think, at least back in Shadowbringers, you could generate with like, there was this, I believe it was like a lost action called Rend or something like that. Combine that with a lost action that increases the damage of your next action or something, and just stack that up. And then that Rend had like a gigantic crit multiplier or something to that effect. Stack a few like damage buffs on top of that, and then suddenly it starts looking a little silly. But yeah, there's like, in Eureka and Boja, there's like these things. I don't know if they're also called lost actions in Eureka, but in Boja, that's what they're called, and they just give you a ton of stuff. Yeah, Flare Star is a good one. The sad part about Flare Star is that each enemy can only be affected by one of them. So if you had multiple players in your group, like in Delubrum Reginae, and multiple people using it, someone just had a dead button. There's also the part that Flare Star lasted like a minute, I believe. So I'm just saying that some of the most ridiculous power that Blue Mage has nowadays is like Breath of Magic, and in some capacity Mortal Flame, because they both are just, you just place the biggest dot you can, and that just kind of just works. It just works. It's not as insane as Flare Star, I suppose, but it's simply the fact that you just put that on the enemy and then they just slowly die. You can just play defense for the rest of the battle if that's what it takes. Yukarin says, I wish there was a way for us to see the enemies around you without generating a bit of enmity. I typically wait to apply regen on a tank during a pull till tank does first aggro, so I see every enemy. Yeah, that is a good point. You could, if you want to get a little smarter about your this is like some of the sweatiest tryhard optimization ever presented on Caetsu Chaiji channel. Let me put it like this. If you instead put Divine Benison on the tank when they're in combat with mobs, that will also generate aggro. But that's an ability, so you can use DF faster. Hypothetically. So like you do regen as the tank is running up, and then when they start pulling mobs, you use Divine Benison instead. Because that's just a single weave, so like just half a second later you can D or something. It saves you like 2 seconds while you're running, which means that you're probably going to be casting, like, you're probably going to run out of targets you can cast Dia on before you reach your destination anyway, but you're going to reach that point slightly faster. You could do that. You could also just use Ass Eyes, but then you don't have Ass Eyes when the mobs are all clumped up. So it's a little awkward. Hey Beamy, hope you're doing well. Shadowbringer's damage numbers were way bigger in general. That is true. That is true, given that Endwalker came with a stat squish. How bad was it? I don't even know if I have any, like... Wait, I don't think I have any, like, Shadowbringers footage, like, on speed dial on the PC, because I've, like, backed it up on on an external drive. Or maybe I do. Don't think I do. Like, you had way more HP, you did way more damage. It's probably for the best that they squished it a bit. Yeah, exactly, Sergeant Blaine. It's actually wilder because the way that blue mages will typically go about this is that, well, they will of course use Mortal Flame itself, but they'll usually boost that with Bristle, and usually it will also be boosted by Off Guard. That's an extra 5%. And they will also use Moon Flute, which is at like, so it's 50 and 50%, so it's actually 125% more damage. And then you have the 5% from Off Guard. If you really wanted to get like super nerdy about it, you could use Condensed Libra, but I'm relatively confident no one's using Condensed Libra these days. But you could use Condensed Libra. If that actually lands on Astral Attenuation, that's an additional 5%. And with good coordination, you could also have Peculiar Light, which is like another 5%. So it's 50, 50, 5, 5, 5. That's a little hard to calculate, but given that we're already past 100% more damage with just the 250s, it would be closer to like 250% damage rather than just 100%, which means that it's closer to 100 potency per tick. It's quite insane. And the fact that you just have to do the setup once and now you're done, that's pretty insane. And yeah, exactly, you want 4 people with Off Guard and 4 people with Peculiar Light. The thing is, if you're in a static of blue mages, like you're like progging blue mage content in some way, you would probably do that. If you're doing like a random group, just going in this one time, I have a feeling that what's going to happen is there's going to be like someone going, okay, so who's off-guarding? And then like 5 people say I will, and none of them goes, oh, never mind, I'll just not. And then they'll go, who will use Peculiar Light? And then like 2 people will mention it, and like, I'd rather use off-guard, or, oh, actually there's this other spell that I'd really like to bring, or I don't have it, or, you know, that stuff. I don't think it's as common if you're like doing actually hard content with blue mage, but if you, like, the lower the bar is set, the more likely it is that your group is going to include people that are, like, not that bothered about the order, right? No, in random Blue Mage parties, you only ask who uses Mortal Flame and Breath of Magic. Well, there you go. And that is also a lot more impactful. Like, yes, the Peculiar Light is 5% more damage for pretty much everyone, is pretty massive. But Breath of Magic and Mortal Flame being handled correctly is probably going to add up to more. Also, hey Steve, hope you're doing well. Need a way to get Thavnarian Onion without having a house and extortionate prices. Yeah, there's 2 quests in the game that gives you one for free, right? I will say the 100k payoff of the onion, the Thavnarian Onion, for anyone that doesn't know, you need Thavnarian Onions to increase the cap level on your Chocobo companion, and you need 10 in total. The 100,000 expense is actually not that bad. The thing is that it's like it's a chain reaction. Because the way that you grow Thavnarian Onions is, as far as I remember, you need to plant for every crop, 8th crop circle. Let me see, I do think I have some to put down. Let's see, and there they are. For each one of these you have 8 slots, and you need to put down 3, one example is Tantal plants, I believe, so that every single other remaining plot slot there is next to a Tantal plant. So that means for every one of these, and you can have 3 of these on a large house, you only get 5 slots to work with. And the next step is that you need these fig seeds. Those you can easily collect. But you have to get those to randomly give you a stage 2, a different seed. I can't remember what it is called. But then you plant that seed, and that seed has to then randomly give you the Thavnarian Onion seed, which then gives you Thavnarian Onion. And this whole process, planting the fig, planting the next step, and then planting the onion, even if you got it, it takes over a week, if I remember correctly, to just do that. So 100k to save a week of work, that is a week of repeatedly coming back and watering the plant and working on it. It's only a minute of time to manage that every day, but it's still an investment of a week. 100k. Let me put it like this: I found it too tedious to do it, so I removed my garden patches, as you can see. I didn't think that 100k for the onion was enough payback for my work. That's why I'm not doing it. So yeah, it feels a little unfair that you have to pay those 100k for it. But the thing is, it's an item you need 10 of per character. At most, if you care. You might not even use your companion. And 2 of them you get for free. So you need 8. So if they're worth 100k, I'm just saying, a full 640 gear set that makes you prepared for the current rate tier is typically over 1 million gil, typically, and it's only useful for that rate tier and only for a bit of it until you replace it with better gear. Those 8 onions are forever, those are evergreen. You just put it on that character. The only way you could need more is if you make a new character or you delete your current character. So I don't think it's that bad. I would actually say that I have no suggestion of what you could do otherwise. If you don't have the 100k, that is of course a completely different story, but I would say that it's not that bad. And the problem is that if it was cheaper, then people wouldn't grow Thavnarian Onions. That's the thing. You will Like, I would rather see that there's Savinarian onions in the market than not, right? I don't know how low it would have to go for people to stop selling them. But one trick you might be able to use... Let's see... Savinarian onion in EU... Loading very slowly, loading very slowly. There you go. See, what you can do is you go on this website. For example, Universalis app. You can look up the item and see where it is cheapest. And then you just go to that world on like in your region and buy them there. You might be able to save some money. Like in Europe, I can see that Omega has it relatively fine, like 93k is not that bad. It has actually been down to 89k. But as Gilano said, it used to be much worse. As you probably realize, the more house plots there are, the more opportunities there are for people to plant them. So the more wards that has come into the game, the more prices on things exclusive to housing has dropped, and this applies to everything. The interesting thing is that the price controls itself magically, because I think it was also like 100k when we had 2/3 of the wards that we have now. It has just not dropped very much, and that's because people made the same observation that I did. For 100k, don't really care. There's also the part that unless you go and grab all of the things yourself, both the figs and the fertilizer, not the fertilizer, the topsoil, you can end up having to pay a significant amount of money, and because it's random whether you even get an onion, remember you have to win 2 random rolls in a row to get it. It's difficult to calculate whether it's actually worth it, like whether you're actually gaining very much money. So people would rather not risk it unless it is an obvious profit. Like if they know on average, you'll have to spend like 50k on materials to make an onion and they sell for 100k, then it's like an obvious profit. But if it's like, I could end up having to pay 90k before I actually get anything out of it, then the 100k profit is like, I might not be lucky enough to do this. So it's interesting. Basically, the market has controlled itself, because when the price fluctuates too far below 90k, too far below 100k, people stop planting them. Like, people just skip out on the market. The thing is, there are other things you can plant in those, like, garden patches. There are other things you can make. So if anything else even seems remotely viable, they'll just grow that instead if the onions go down too low. Or they'll just go, don't care, and just not do it at all. So the fact that the onions have stayed around 100k like solidly for years, despite everything, tells me at least that I think that's where the price is going to stay, because people aren't willing to grow them for less, and people aren't willing to buy them for much more. But I do get, Steve, that it kind of sucks if you want to be self-sufficient and then there's a thing that you can't do yourself. I get that. Unfortunately, that's just how it be in this case. And that is true, the companion is very helpful. Don't know about how helpful the Chocobo is specifically as a healer, personally, unless you mean the Chocobo is a healer. Because I was specifically going to say that the Chocobo is specifically extremely helpful if you're like a DPS doing Fates solo and you have your Chocobo to heal you, because it actually heals for a decent amount. You just have to let it. It doesn't like... If you let it go freestyle, whatever it wants to, it won't start healing you like a lot until you like start dropping below half HP, I think. I guess if you tell it to specifically heal, it might spam heal you more. Let's see. Aridel says, ever since all Royal Fern minions have been added to the loot boxes, Stavnara and Onion is really the only reason to do gardening. And crystals, yeah. I believe Orion said that they did crystals. So elemental crystals, you can actually grow these. And that might be true, Beamy. I haven't actually thought too much on that, but you're probably right. It depends on the item in my experience. The best way to make money is have 50 alts, buy 50 FC houses and set up submarines for all of them, and you roll in dozens of millions a day for clicking a few buttons. I mean, yes. I still my opinion on that whole thing is that each account shouldn't be able to be a leader of more than one FC, maybe one per region, but that would already like greatly diminish that. But ultimately, this is an awkward solution to a bigger problem. The reason why this is a problem is because of the submarines, right? If the submarines didn't produce that much profit, then there wouldn't be any interest in doing all this. So if that was like approached, that would solve that issue itself. No need to police how many FC houses people can own if you just say, oh, go ahead, the submarines are worthless now. Get as many as you like. They print like actual monopoly money instead of actual gil. Like that would solve the problem. This was actually, interestingly, something that also happened in World of Warcraft. Also, hey Fila, don't know if you're still here, but thank you for checking in, and thank you. But in World of Warcraft, back in Warlords of Draenor, they made this thing called the command table. You could send NPCs out to do quests for you, you could say. Some of them had money rewards. And the thing is, most of those money reward quests were accessible if your character was max level or something to that effect. So people just had on a realm, as they're called there, they just had like, I believe the limit at the time was like, I think it was 11 characters on a single server. Or a single realm. They just had 11 level 100 characters, and 10 of them they just logged in to get their money printer, and then they sent the money to their main. And the amount of gold Warlords of Draenor produced back then was so immense that, as far as I know, some of the gold inflation problems in retail WoW might still be due to that today. It was an absolute flood of cash. Like, people were basically earning hundreds of thousands of gold every few days. And that might be a difficult comparison because it's not like exactly a one-to-one, that one gold is worth this many gil. The thing is like what you can buy with that kind of money. But let's just say in Legion, I did like gold paid Mythic Plus boost runs, which is comparable but not the same as paying a static raid team to run you through a Savage raid boss in the current raid tier, for example. It's not the same, not exactly, but it's like slightly comparable. And a plus 15 at the time like maxed out the gear rewards from the run, and also every week you got like a chest with a piece of equipment in it, and the power of that piece of equipment was based on the highest Mythic Plus dungeon you had done. And no, it's not GDKP. It's actually nothing like GDKP. But for a plus 15, so I had myself, the tank, and a healer who was the guy that found the buyers, and then 2 DPS friends. Us 4 could do a Mythic plus 15 on time, because it was a time trial, you could say, with a 5th player that was just, like, kinda doing their best, right? Like, they're just kinda there, trying. We could do that. I believe we usually sold runs like that for 500,000 gold. I'm pretty sure it was like 500,000 gold. So, like, if you could print hundreds of thousands of gold per WoW account, per realm, in Waters of Draenor, that means that whether you did that in Waters of Draenor or not dictated whether you had money to buy boosts with in Legion. Because the reason why it stopped is because, well, when Legion came out, they nerfed Waters of Draenor's money-making capacity so much that it was no longer significant. And the Legion command table, because that of course also had one, wasn't as impactful for good reason. Let's see, Captain Random says, on my server in the US, Stavnarian onions are 74k when I was leveling my Chocobo. I don't think I've ever bought them for more than 50k. I believe I grew my own Stavnarian onions for the most part. Most of them, if not all of them. But I could imagine that it swings. I remember right at the start of Endwalker when a lot of people were doing fates to max out the shared fates system. The thing is, when you're doing those like fates with like a mob, like an army, like crowds of mobs, the amount of mobs scales with the amount of people in the area. And if there's like a huge amount of players doing a fate, then you will equally see a monstrous amount of mobs. But the thing is, your Chocobo gets the same XP per mob. The only thing that dictates how much XP your Chocobo gets is what level the mob is. In relation to the Chocobo, like to you, I believe. So when you're doing a fate, if you have to kill like 300 mobs because there's like 30 players doing the fate, your Chocobo is pretty much going to like nearly level from that alone, and then you have to go and get another onion. Like I believe I leveled my Chocobo from like level 15 to 20 in a day or something insane like that. I don't know. I kind of got that they were 74k now, Captain Random. Don't worry about it. You did say that right. It was more that you said I don't think I've bought them for more than 50k. That is, of course, that makes sense. There's going to be like lower bounds and upper bounds. When there's more new players coming in, there's a bigger demand for Stavnarian onions. When there's less players coming in, the supply increases. And the thing that then happens, as I was talking about earlier, eventually, the amount of Stavnarian onions will decrease the price of Stavnarian onions so low that the majority of players that grow them stop growing them. Like, they just don't bother anymore. And then that decreases the supply, and then if the demand ever increases, like, overtakes the supply, then like it's going to take a while before the price of the Stavnarian onion then increases back up to an amount where people start to notice that, oh, they're worth something again, and they start growing them again, and then the supply increases, and then the demand decreases, and then the price falls again, and then people are sitting there like, what's happening? Why can't I sell my onions? And then they're back down to the low price again. Sergeant Blaine mentioned GDKP. Some people that never played World of Warcraft might not know what that is. So I'll just go over what that means just in general. So GDKP is like an extension of something from a long time ago called DKP, or Dragon Kill Points. So back in like vanilla World of Warcraft, you had 40-man raid teams, and each boss dropped like, I think like 4 things. So if you killed one boss, there was loot for at most a 10th of your raid. And if you cleared the entire like raid for the night, there might still be players that got zilch, nothing. So to incentivize players to come in and raid anyway, regardless of whether they assumed they would get anything or not, or whether they needed anything or not, DKP was like a system where the raid team like gave you points that you could use to buy gear, so that instead of you just randomly rolling and see who wins, when you need an item, you bid on the item. So there's a really neat sword that drops and all the warriors want it. If they all want it, then the person with the most DKP is going to bid the most DKP and then win it, unless they don't want it that much, because maybe they want to keep some DKP in case these really nice paints drop later, right? So there's like a game in it. There were even people, like, because it was a bidding thing, sometimes people would like bid on items they didn't actually want that much to force others to bid more, so that they had less points to compete later. Like, it was like there was really a lot of ways to abuse this system, which is why DKP was, as far as I know, generally viewed as like, while the grandfather of these kinds of like loot distribution systems, also viewed as absolute garbage, like terribly bad. I can't actually remember what the version that my raid team back in Mr. Pandaria used, but the way that that worked was that you were given points for being in the raid, and you were given points for every kill, like every boss kill. Sometimes you also get given points by something the raid leader decided, but each thing, instead of bidding with your points, items basically had a cost, and you had like one value which was your bidding power, which was divided by this other value that increased when you got stuff. So with the way that this worked was that as you got stuff, your like bidding power decreased. So if you had like 10,000 of this bidding power value, but you also got like a lot of loot, so you had 5,000 of the other one, then your actual power was like 2. Whereas someone who had gotten nothing, if they had 1,000, they had a priority of 1,000. So there's no competition. If they wanted the item, they got it, which meant that it kind of gave a slight edge to new people to the raid, because at least they like could get an item quickly. But each week, the amount of points you had in both boxes would like decrease, like they would decay a bit, so that it incentivized taking an item today and not tomorrow, like, so that you didn't do this corrupt stuff with like, nah, I'll skip on this massive upgrade because I want this other guy to lose points so that I can get this bigger upgrade later in case it drops. The sooner you spent your points, you could say, the sooner the detriment of taking that item would go away, so you were incentivized to take it. But the thing is, that system wasn't perfect either. The main thing it did was it was used to incentivize people to actually show up for raid on time. Like, it gave something to punish people with so they didn't show up late, which was necessary. Usually gear was distributed with the loot council, because generally people could agree on who should get the item. So it was like a like it was there to like decide when the players themselves couldn't agree. But DKP was like super basic. It was just you get points for doing things and then you spend those points, which means it's like gold. enter G DKP, which of course stands for gold dragon kill points. Instead of accumulating dragon kill points DKP while raiding with your raid team, you just make a raid group, you know, in Party Finder, for example, and then you just say that the loot is distributed based on G DKP, which means, if we take that example before with that awesome sword drops that all the warriors want, right? Or the big axe, if we say Final Fantasy XIV, the big awesome axe, and somehow you have multiple warriors. Instead of saying who bids the highest amount of DKP, it's who bids the most gold. And that's it. And then you just you trade the money to the raid leader, and then when the raid is over, and this is where the quote-unquote benefit of the GDKP comes in. Typically the way that it works is that once the raid is over and all the gear has been distributed and the money has been traded, the raid leader takes a cut. Sometimes they do, usually they do, I believe, for doing all the arranging, even though sometimes they didn't arrange very much, but sometimes they do. And then the remaining money is equally distributed to everyone. So that guy that paid 100k or something for those pants, or 200k for that awesome sword or axe or whatever, they're of course down 300k. But if you're a raid of, say, 20 people, just as a random example, then those 300k is then equally distributed, so everyone gets 15k. Also, the guy that paid the 300k would hypothetically get 15k back, but given that he or she is hopefully not the only one putting up money, right? The way that it works is just that there's some people buying a lot of gear and some people not buying a lot of gear, and the people that are buying a lot of gear gets gear. The people that didn't need anything or couldn't afford anything gets money, which means that next time they join a GDKP, they have more money so they can bid better. That's the general idea. Completely different from someone in Final Fantasy XIV saying, I will pay a group to boost me through P9S or P12S. And those 7 people then distribute several million gil amongst each other as payment for that. It's not the same, and exactly the rules depend on the agreement, right? It's not necessarily true that the person paid for the boost so they get the loot. It's possible that the agreement is that they just paid to get the clear, which means that it's on you to actually randomly win the loot that dropped. Good luck. And Steve says, nerf what gold making, and then... Yeah, and then exactly you have the WoW tokens that came. I believe they came in Legion. Interestingly, the existence of WoW tokens made it a lot more feasible back in Legion to sell runs to people from other servers, because you couldn't trade gold between servers. But if you wanted to buy a boost from my group, we would just have one of us make a character on that server, have them trade the gold to that character, and then we could buy WoW tokens with that, because you can buy those with gold. And that would be entirely legal. And then we could use that money to buy, I don't know, Hearthstone booster packs or something. We could use it to buy Diablo 4 if we wanted to. Legally. Yeah, exactly, Zephyrus. MMO economies are like microcosms for real life. I think one of the most interesting observations in that regard with MMOs, just socially, is that the classic, you need to already have cleared this content to join my group for this content, it's a lot more common in World of Warcraft, especially other MMOs than Final Fantasy XIV, because in Final Fantasy XIV it's resolved by just having the toggle on Party Finder to say, oh, you have to have already completed it. So it doesn't even need to come up in conversation. But it is a reflection of how in real life, to get job experience, you need to get work. But to get work, you need to have already had job experience in the most ridiculous cases, right? Kind of the same idea. It's just adjusted to a fantasy game perspective. To clear the raid, you need to have already cleared the raid. Let's see, Captain Random. It describes a specific DKP example. Ours was 3 points for joining, 1 point for kills, and 2 points for most valuable player by class. You also got negative points for missing consecutive meets. Also, you got timed out for bidding if you won in the same raid. Oh, you were only allowed to bid on 1 item per raid? Is that it? I also would say, what determines that, like, I'm guessing it was a long time ago, but what did, if you're still here, Captain Random, what determined that someone was the MVP of a specific class? See, Beamy says most ultimate farm groups for weapon totems don't use the duty complete toggle. Many people are open to helping people with first clears. That's good. It's also, as I said, it's an example, and as I said, in Final Fantasy XIV it becomes less of a problem because the game itself allows you to just toggle it. We don't even have to talk about it. Whereas, for example, in World of Warcraft, you have to say that you need to have the achievement, which then leads to there's actually an add-on in World of Warcraft that allows you to spoof achievements so that you can fake it. And that means that if someone actually cares about figuring out whether you're faking it or not, they have to actually take your character name, look you up, and see if you actually have the achievement. Because you linking the achievement doesn't say anything because you can fake it. You can actually just generate an achievement link that says that you have it. Space Queen says Lost Ark has an MVP system, but I just watch it and I can't read Korean, so I don't know what it is or does. That's the thing, that's why I said how do you determine if someone is the MVP, is because if we take like the perspective of in vanilla World of Warcraft is like primarily where you would see DKP, and back then it is very likely that the best you had to work with was maybe there was like a DPS meter. You have to remember, in vanilla World of Warcraft, like back in 2004, like a lot of add-ons were incredibly basic. Like I had one back then that told me how many more of the mob I just killed I needed to kill to level up, and the way that it worked was that it just printed a message telling me when I killed something, like in the chat log. That was it. Nowadays you have like full UI overhauls, and some add-ons can like calculate things on the fly. But a DPS meter back then might not be able to have the full perspective. Like a particularly egregious example is if for example, that the MVP was determined by who did the most damage of a specific class, just hypothetically, then if you had like fire mages in vanilla World of Warcraft, their mechanic, like their particular benefit was that they had this debuff they applied called Ignite, I believe. Whenever you did critical damage with a fire spell, it applied Ignite for a percentage of the damage it did. Now it's buffering. I hope it's not cutting out. Do I still have internet? I do have internet. Am I here? The Ignite... Now it's buffering some more. Oh boy. Thursdays on YouTube, am I right? Looks like my connection is fine, so hopefully it isn't too bad on your end. I'll continue. Ignite applied a debuff for a few seconds that did like a percentage of the original crit damage. But that was like a single debuff, and that debuff was actually shared. So that meant that if Fire Mage A landed like a sweet fireball crit or something, then Mage B landed a sweet fireball crit, it was the same ignite debuff. Now, the thing is, the way that the DPS meters see this and the way that the game actually tracks this is that it gives credit to the first one to apply the debuff. As long as it's kept rolling, the first one to land a crit of the Fire Mages gets credit for all of the work of all the Fire Mages combined. So if you don't realize that, then it makes it very, very awkward to choose who the MVP is, right? Thank you, JL. That's here. So that's what I mean. Like a particularly other example is like games where they like find the MVP automatically, like to just highlight a cool moment. Sometimes you see in like FPS, like shooter games, that the MVP shown does something silly, but because it somehow led to like max, like getting the highest score on whatever it is that the game uses to determine who the MVP is, they became the MVP. So often it would be difficult to determine who the MVP is, right? Exactly, Sergeant Blame. Precisely. That is why I was like, how do you determine who the MVP for each class is? Like, if it's for each class, I would say that the warrior, the main tank warrior, is probably the MVP every week, right? Like, there's probably a bunch of warriors, but the tank is the tank. Unless he gets a special, like, fancy schmancy tank crown, that means he's always an MVP or something. And then the DPS warriors are a separate category. But then again, what makes you the MVP? Like, maybe the MVP is the one that takes one for the team and does the annoying side mechanic that only a few people have to do, or something like that, right? You could do that. And yeah, exactly, Gazel. Precisely. Hire a party to clear for you so that you can join party finders or clear for yourself for real. And that is actually a really interesting point. In World of Warcraft, the problem of you have to have already cleared the raid to join the raid was resolved by people just spoofing the achievement, just faking it, so that you can't trust that someone linking you the achievement means that they have it. In Final Fantasy XIV, because the game itself polices it, it's very hard to require it of your team if you don't have it yourself. Yeah, because that is the key difference between World of Warcraft as well and Final Fantasy XIV. Because the game doesn't police it in the same way in World of Warcraft, the raid leader can just say that you need to have higher item level than him or her, and that you have to have the achievement because they want to get carried. They don't have it themselves, but you need to have it. Why? Because they're the raid leader, and they said so. And in Final Fantasy XIV, that is of course resolved by the game itself going, well, I mean, you need to have completed it yourself to demand that everyone in your party has completed it. Which makes sense, right? It's only fair. Gleaming says, I've been grinding PvP because I want Garo gear, but I'm still just pressing buttons and praying. Would you consider doing another PvP guide? It was quite a year ago. So, I have brought this up very briefly before. I made one PvP guide and then kind of moved away from it because I felt like, well, first of all, I'm not like super skilled at PvP, so I don't think I'm the best at actually guiding on it. That's why my guide was like mostly basics. and like general ideas. And well, that guide is one of my most disliked videos on the channel, so I kind of decided that maybe PvP is not the way, and that is further not helped by PvP not being a super popular subject. But I have considered it, Gleaming. I don't think I can give you very much like general advice. Like, my best suggestion would be like, if you just want the Garo gear, I think the faster way to accumulate wolf marks would be, well, one, do daily frontline, and then if the queues are not too long, do these. Just spam these. The reason being that the queues are like if the queues are short, the matches are not too long. But honestly, the power difference between doing this or this is relatively small. It's just that front lines, I feel like, more often can really drag out. But if you feel more comfortable just doing frontline, you can just spam that as well. I did like a mix back when I was farming all the Garo gear. My recommendation there is then, when you are doing, like, if you are doing frontline a lot, try and pay attention to what other people are doing. Some classic observation is, of course, that there are some strategies that are a lot more effective than others, such as just killing everything, just flat out just destroying everything in the area. Very effective. Dark Knights and Dragoons are really good at that, and Astrologians are really good at making it better. So, like, that's an example, but that doesn't work as well if you're alone. So, like, see what works for you and stick to that. I mainly play frontline just to have fun and just do the one match, but if you're spamming it, actually winning and getting first place can be a lot more impactful, so you might be a lot more interested in, like, repeatedly winning. And I think the most effective way to do that, and it's just like general PvP advice, general gaming advice even, you're probably going to play better on a job that you're playing a lot than if you keep switching. Many years ago, when I played League of Legends, I played with this friend group at my boarding school, and one of them we called Kramer. We called it doing the Kramer when we got like completely creamed by one specific champion on the enemy team. We lose the match, and Kramer goes, "I can just play that. I'll just play that champion." He picks up that champion, has never played it before maybe, or he's not good at it, and we then lose because he's not like doing his part because he's bad at the character, right? And then we lose to some other champion getting fed, only for him to say, "I could play that." So if you lose to a specific job, doesn't necessarily mean that you'll do better by playing that job. At least not at first. The best you can do in PvP, the best you can do if you want to get better at anything, is to like stick to it. You'll get better at your main job by playing your main job. Similarly, choosing a PvP main and playing your PvP main exclusively is going to make you better at that. Instead of going, "My job can't do X, but this other job can, so I'll play that." You have to figure out how to play around your weaknesses. A particular example that I've used many times is when I was climbing to Crystal back in Season 1 of Crystalline Conflict, I only played Red Mage. And I got completely, like, I stopped ranking up in, like, Diamond, like, low Diamond. Just couldn't win consistently. But the difference was that from Bronze to Platinum, I could win matches generally by just switching to the Black Shift, which makes my attacks do more damage, like the full all-out offense mode, and just killing the squishy healer or mage or something in the back line. And usually I would get away with that. But in Diamond, the way that it worked is that the team just waited for me to do that and just turned and killed me in turn. And I didn't pass and start ranking up in Diamond again until I figured out how to play around it. Like, I was forced to learn to play defensively and play around the fact that Red Mage is like a paper assassin, right? So if you don't know what your weaknesses are, then you can't play around them. When you realize what your weaknesses are, your choices are to either learn to play around them or play something else if you can't. And playing only one job will, of course, make you better at understanding the perspective of that job. You could argue that, and this is also true, trying the other jobs in PvP will give you the perspective of seeing, okay, well, when I'm playing this, I notice these weaknesses. Like, for example, if you play frontline enough, you will probably get extremely tired of Dark Knights just running up and using Eventide, and then you can't kill them for 10 seconds. It feels like it's always ready, and they can use it every time they need to. I did a match as Dark Knight recently, and that 105-second charge time turned out to feel like an eternity because of my team composition. I don't know. It felt like I couldn't do very much without it. So I felt like I was just kinda there when I didn't have it, but that was of course because of lack of understanding of the job. But understanding this, realizing that there is actually a massive time frame where the Dark Knight is like defenses down that you can keep track of, made it seem a lot more manageable to deal with Dark Knights. But that required me to like grab Dark Knight and go, okay, well, I'll play Dark Knight then, and then realize, oh, it's not all sunshine and rainbows. But that doesn't change the fact that choosing a main and learning how the game works from that perspective to the like smallest little detail is going to make you win more. I'm certain of it. And as you say, Gleaming, in Frontlines, to just follow the pack and die a lot. It's part of the experience, unfortunately. My best suggestion there, and this was actually something someone else suggested to me as well on stream, you might not be used to doing this, and you might feel very much against it because it feels like your screen is like getting blocked up by something. Find somewhere on your screen that you can put your map, do this, and like center your map in such a way that you can see the entire map. So you can see what stuff is happening. That way, you don't actually, at first, you don't need it to be able to see what's happening on the map. What you need it for is that it gives a greater chance that you can glance on the map and realize that your team left. So that you can leave before you get left to die. Like, that turned out to be one of the biggest helps by having the map open. Just find somewhere. I put it here specifically because I don't need my quest log or the duty log because all of the PvP information is up in the top here. But yeah, if you lock it, then it doesn't close when you press escape. So you could do that, but honestly, it's just Frontline is total chaos. The best you can do is try and see if you can find some semblance of order in the chaos by practicing. Fortunately, and this is also important, if you win in Crystalline Conflict, you get 500 wolf marks. If you lose, you get 250. In Frontline, if I remember correctly, ignoring the daily bonus, because that's just a free, cool 1000 wolf marks, winning first place gets 1500. Losing, I believe, gets just 1000, and then the second place gets 1250. But I'm also pretty sure that if you consecutively lose, it actually increases the Wolfmark reward as like some sort of compensation for for like being on the losing team. Something like that. I believe it kind of like soft resets or something when you actually get a win, and it never overtakes actually winning, right? And there's some sort of mini pity system, yeah. I've at least noticed that if I have a really bad week, I notice that the amount of wolf marks I get at the end seems to gradually increase. You're bad. Sorry to see that. On the one hand, Crystalline Conflict gives you more capacity to win through skill alone, because there's fewer people, there's more randomness in it. On the other hand, Frontline punishes you less for losing. So it's not as bad. Personally, I enjoy just doing a Frontline every now and then. But if you're curious, when I did reach Crystal rank in Season 1 of Crystalline Conflict, the way that went down, the story there, is that I wanted all of the one-time purchase cosmetic rewards for trophy crystals, and I wanted all of the Garo gear, because I didn't know when it would end. If I remember correctly, the Garo event used to exist in the game, and it was just in the game for years, and then one day it's just gone, like quite suddenly. It's like not instantly, but suddenly it was just like, oh, by the way, we're ending this event that has been here for years, and it was gone. So on the off chance that the event was only going to be here for a bit, I quickly smashed out all of it, like as quickly as I could. Got all of it, and I had like a whole spreadsheet of I need this many wolf marks a day to make it before then. I also made sure it's I had kept tabs on trophy crystals in comparison, how much did I need to win. And I got everything, I believe, 10 or so matches after I got crystal rank, something like that. I just decided that I was going to get the majority of my stuff from just spamming Crystalline Conflict, because then maybe I could get both. And I can't remember if it was just before I reached it or just after. But the thing is that I got such a high rank that eventually I reached Platinum or something, and I was like, I think it might be possible to reach Crystal. And, if you put something like that in your head, what's going to happen isn't going to be, well, if I get Crystal, then I get Crystal. It's going to be, well, now I want to have it, right? And that was what made it stressful for me. I've talked about this very briefly before, but I found it very, very tough to get to Crystal, both because there was technically a time limit, and because, every time you lost, it meant you had to win an additional time. In Season 1, you couldn't rank down to a lower, rank. So once you were Crystal, you were Crystal. So it was less, and, there was less of, going back down to gold or silver or bronze. It was just, when you reach gold, you're at least safe there. When you reach platinum, you're safe there. But that didn't mean you couldn't, reach your one win away from Crystal, and then you just lose 10 times. And then you're back, 10 games behind. So there was a lot. Beamy says you also get a title, I think. It's Crystal Keeper for reaching Crystal rank. Whoops. There's not a search, is there? Well, there's a sort by name. Yeah, Crystal Keeper. You also get framer kits. Like this one, with a little 1 on it. But it's not something I'm making up. I actually have it. I feel like I've fallen far behind on chat. I don't know if you're still here, Emir. I'm sorry to hear you're not feeling good. I hope you get well soon. Also, just wanted to comment on a few things here. Let's see. Steve says, old classic WoW, you had to watch your aggro as there wasn't enmity boosts for tanks. So as a fire mage, I'd have to hold back my damage so I didn't get hit by the boss. Well, you had to hold it a little bit, but I also do recall that in classic WoW, as opposed to vanilla WoW, so the re-release, people very quickly realized that the best you could do was just maximize damage on your tank as well. Healers would just have to cope, because the more threat you could generate, the better. That's also a very good tip, Sergeant Blaine, that you shouldn't get greedy for kills in frontline. That is like the learning frontline and like PvP in Final Fantasy XIV is like step 1 is stop dying, right? Then we can look at doing damage, and then we can look at killing, because you have to not die to build your battle high, and if you build your battle high, you can kill people more easily. So it's like a sequence there, but the first step is don't die too much, so the tip of don't get greedy for kills is huge. You can see how your team spreads like butter when there's a chance to charge in. The saddest one is when you can realize why your team is losing all team fights, because your team is fighting on 2 fronts all the time, while both of the other teams are fighting your team like on a united front. So it's 24 versus 12. PvP exists, that's my weakness. Beaming says, I've been watching Garo again. Oh, I haven't watched it. I just liked it. Well, first of all, I liked the shorts that you could buy, and then I bought the entire sets just because they were possibly temporary, right? Beamy says, reaching Crystal is harder than clearing some ultimates in my opinion, especially with how many cheaters there are in PvP. The thing is, there are cheaters, but some of the things they cheat with can sometimes be hard to see if they're actually cheating. The most classic example I've seen of people pointing out that people cheat is that you're guarding, for example. So in PvP, there is this action called guard. Everyone has that. You click it and you're just like, you know, collective unconscious, like barrier holding. You can walk, like walking distance while holding it, and you take very little damage while it's there. And it lasts 5 seconds. If you hold this until it ends, and then are surprised that people time their crowd control exactly on like 0.1 seconds after. I'm just saying, I can land that CC on time if you're holding the guard until the end. If you cancel it intentionally before that, I'll miss the opportunity, but I'll still get you a moment later if you don't have something else in stock, right? But the thing is, the reason why people say that there's a lot of cheating is because there are tools to auto-cast this. As in, they're not using their eyes to look and say 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, and go, and then crowd control you. They just have a tool that just instantly crowd controls you when you do something that you shouldn't. Like, you see a dancer start to cast Limit Break, the white mage just instantly Miracle of Nature and just cancels it outright, and things like that. And that is almost certainly cheating. The only reason why it can be difficult to determine is that depending on how consistent the timing is, it could, I'm saying could, I'm not saying is, I'm saying it could just be that that white mage is extremely good at the game, which means that tracking these things and finding cheaters amongst the legitimate players can be really hard. So it can be hard to automate this, because like the cheat isn't like writing commands to the game, it's pressing a button, right? As far as I know. So it will look like a player did the thing. And if 2 good reactions is a sign of cheating, then it means that it is possible to reach cheater levels of skill legitimately. It's more so the consistency of that skill, right? Like, if someone is capable of using that Miracle of Nature, I'm just using Miracle of Nature because it's a little overpowered in its potency and effectiveness. But if you can land that Miracle of Nature precisely every time someone uses a specific thing on frame 1, that is probably cheating. But that's the problem, right? For the most part, I don't see that much cheating. I do see things where it feels like people are on the verge of cheating. And there's a lot of tricks you can use. So in Crystalline Conflict, you cannot queue as a group. You can't. But sometimes what you will see PvP streamers do, and when I say PvP streamers, I mean, you know, like groups of PvPers that maybe do Crystalline Conflict, they might be around the same rank. They'll be like on Discord just talking with each other. Maybe they'll watch each other's games a little bit. But they will sometimes land in the same matches, and if they land on the same team, they have better communication capacity than people that are not on Discord. It's a little bit comparable to how when we do Frontline streams, or we do Frontline on these streams, I'm like, set your clock, set your watches, we will queue at this time. The thing is that there's an equal opportunity that I've just invited an additional 4-man team that it might be well coordinated to be on an enemy team rather than my team. So that's not always a good thing. But if you have, you know, 4 friends and you're all playing different jobs because there's max 1 of each job on each side in Crystalline Conflict, you're already increasing your odds of landing on the same team by simply not playing the same job. Similarly, you can guarantee you're not on the same team with a friend if you're both playing Dragoon. See, Beeman says Ninja having a cheat showing the exact time when their LB will kill their enemy. Oh, well, I mean, I wonder how that would even work. Because the thing is, this is similar to the snapshotting we talked about with Fall Guys earlier. Because you click the limit break, if the person healed at the exact correct frame to land above 50% HP, then your limit break will not kill. So it's like a frame perfect thing where sometimes the Ninja LB just doesn't work because of that. And the things you would have to track to know for certain that the Ninja LB will kill is you need to know that the opponent is below 50 HP, which you can do with Final Fantasy XIV's own systems. That is not a mod. But I suppose it would be easier if you just have like an overlay saying killable with LB over on the enemy HP bars, right? And then you need to make sure that they can't, you know, click recuperate and heal 15,000 in the like right as you click it. So that's like 2 things that it tracks for you. But that is technically cheating. Like, I'm not saying that it's not cheating. Going into Frontline, honestly, also, going into a PvP system in Final Fantasy XIV, a game that does not actually officially does not allow mods, going into a PvP area where an advantage for you is directly a disadvantage for the enemy, using any mods in such a system, any at all, I would say it's cheating. I don't care what your mod does, whether it gives you extremely long hair or changes the color of your scales, you're not playing like basic Final Fantasy XIV, and if that somehow gives you an advantage over the opponent, then you're cheating. Right? Because the thing is, whether it's long hair or a mod that makes it so that all ninjas have glowing red hair, that's just a hairstyle mod, right? Or what? So that's why it should be like no exceptions. There's no mods. There should, like, it's already no mods, right? It's just that in PvE or in, you know, social situations, mods don't hurt anyone, right? An advantage for you, the individual, is for the most part an advantage for your team. And there's no opposing side that minds. So it's mostly fine, right? But in a PvP situation, that ACT or whatever you're running shouldn't be on. And that's just my opinion. So I'm not saying that having such a cheat, BB, isn't cheating. It's absolutely cheating. I'm just saying that I feel like that's so unnecessary. Like, just so extra. Sergeant Blaine says, frontline is so chaotic, I often find myself unable to attack and don't even realize I'm dead yet. The other day, I was playing Dancer in Shatter. So, Fields of Glory, Shatter, right? Everything was going well and having a pretty good match. I get stunned by a warrior, right? Then, you know, Primal Rend spins in. I'm at 80% HP, and then, like, a few seconds go by, stun ends, and then my character just dies. Like, I was sitting there like, where's the damage numbers? My character was at 80%. Like, if I didn't know better, someone did like a /kill on my character. And I didn't even get to see what killed me. And I can assure you, Warrior does not have like a super ability where they use Primal Rend and then 2 seconds later everyone nearby just dies. They don't have that. Fortunately. Captain Random says there was a stream. Yeah, I do remember. I did see that stream. This black mage guy that just speed hacked over to the enemy team's base, into their like spawn location, and just basically did the equivalent of dabbing on them, and then just speed hacked over to the crystal, and then position themselves. You know what we talked about earlier. Server takes your word for it. And place themselves out of reach from the enemy over the crystal, which meant that the crystal couldn't be pushed by the enemy because there was a black mage on it, but the black mage was too high up to be targeted easily. There was, in that case, Captain Random, there was also footage where they played black mage. Because I specifically remember that they played Black Mage, and they failed to connect their super flares because there's a height requirement to that one. It was pretty funny. But that is true. That was actually something I talked about earlier, that there was someone hacking in this way, possibly to gather attention to the fact that you can cheat like that. I think they got banned after like 4 hours, and it wasn't a permanent ban for some reason. Beamy says you could technically have an argument that Japanese players living close to the servers and having 10 ping being able to triple weave could also be considered an unfair advantage. I mean, that's only on the Japanese data centers. But there's a core difference between an advantage that is presented by the way the game is made and an advantage of based on something you brought. Like, your example is, I would say, is comparable to like a football or soccer game, and saying that someone is at a disadvantage because they have slightly shorter legs than someone else. that is technically a disadvantage, but there's not much we can do about it. However, if the guy with tiny legs also brings a baseball bat and uses it, that is blatant cheating, right? Even though everyone could bring a baseball bat, that isn't allowed. But the person with the shorter legs are allowed to play, and the people with longer legs are allowed to play because it's not really their fault. Exactly, Gazel. In your example, having a high-end computer with ultra-wide screen could also be cheating because you can see more. But the key thing is that Final Fantasy XIV officially does not allow mods. Like, it's not actually allowed to use mods. Just like how you're not allowed to bring a baseball bat to a football game. You can also just turn field of view up. This is what you have to work with. Like, this does, like, if you adjust your camera so that my character isn't blocked by my UI, that can give you a higher like bird's eye perspective that can help a little bit. But this, I'm scrolling back as hard as I can. This is the peak. That is also why there was this whole meme when it came out that I believe, was it the world first people beating top Omega Protocol that was discovered to use a mod to zoom their screen out like way more than that. And then P12S came out and there was a mechanic that made everyone tiny so that you had that camera. But yeah, you can't actually do that legitimately. But that is why that would be cheating. But again, I just want to point out that the kind of mod that would allow you to put your camera that far away is also the mod that would allow you to take fancy schmancy G poses with extra like where you can zoom out to get more people in the picture, or maybe you could make someone do a specific pose. Like, technically it's like just a visual thing, but it turns out that a visual advantage is an advantage nonetheless, right? Which is why I'm saying, in my opinion, if the game says no mods, then, like, I mean, if the general consensus is you can't talk about it, which is like the general idea in Final Fantasy XIV, right? You can't talk about it. Keep it to yourself. As long as you do that, for the most part, no one cares. As long as it doesn't give you like a practical advantage, such as making you move faster, then if it's just a visual thing on your end, it's fine. Just don't talk about it, right? Don't talk about that DPS meter. As long as it's just that, it's fine. But once you introduce that there is actually a different team of players that are at a disadvantage for you to do that, then it's a different story. That's where it becomes a problem. It's specifically because this visual advantage in a PvE piece of content like, in a PvE piece of content, the only people that are at a disadvantage by you using these mods is players that are playing legitimately, that feel cheated by you making it easier for yourself, such that it would be easier for you to get the achievement, thereby reducing the value of the achievement for them. But then remember that people sell boosts on these kinds of content, and then the achievement, you know, you can just pay for it. So, right? Like, so it's not that bad, but the instant that there is an opposing faction like that, the boss itself, which is the other players, are at a disadvantage because you're cheating, then it starts to become a problem. They need to host the servers in my house. Space! I like the Space Core. And yeah, exactly, Captain Random. Because there is a fine line, it makes it very difficult for them to support it. And it's a lot easier for them to just say we don't support it and then just turn a blind eye when it isn't a problem. Like, that makes it a lot easier for it to work. Somehow it works. But yeah, that is exactly it, Sergeant Blaine. We have people using mods to make it easier to beat content. Somehow we also have players complaining that they run out of content too fast. We don't know if it's the same players unless we see exactly the same name say both things, but making it easier for you cheapens, like, what was it they said? That there was this meme with, I believe it was Sekiro, when someone made like an easy mode mod or something like that, and there was this copy pasta where it was like, you're only cheating yourself or something like that. And like, that's basically what's happening. Like, you only get these ultimates by cheating to beat them. You spent less time on them, and when you've beaten them, you're done. So by cheating the content, you run out of content faster, weirdly. VXS, the Square Enix social media team posted on Twitter. They made a series of posts with a Dalmel that got his neck extended all the way to Ultima Thule. That might be a reference to the top situation. You think? I wish I had seen that. It was pretty funny. So Cap says, anyone know if you need to do Savage to get max item level weapon in Endwalker? For the Relic, I mean. It's gonna be my first, and I wonder if I should get it on a class I want or one that looks good. The relics in Final Fantasy XIV are generally like a catch-up mechanic, so usually they will not require you to do Savage content. So we can't say for certain, but I can say that the previous relics haven't required you to do, like, I don't know, did the Eureka weapons require that you do Baldessian Arsenal to reach its final stage? The Shadowbringers relic weapons didn't require you to do Savage level content to reach its peak, and its peak was actually stronger than Savage weapons by a little bit. And given the difficulty of the Endwalker relic weapons so far, you can probably assume that it will be very easy, probably. If you haven't worked with a relic weapon before, I can say that each expansion's relic weapons work slightly differently. But the Endwalker weapons are considered the easiest, I believe. So the way that they work is you have to do the entire Mandeville story. Yes, the one that starts in A Realm Reborn. You have to do the whole thing. It's not a requirement to watch the cutscenes, but you have to do it all. And it'll take a while, even if you skip the cutscenes. Once you've done that, for 1,500 of these Tomestones of Causality, you can just buy a relic. I believe the first step starts at 615. Then you have to do a little bit more Hildebrand or a little bit more Mandeville. And then you can upgrade it to 630 for another 1,500 Causality. And then a little bit more Mandeville. And then you can upgrade it to 645 for yet another 1,500. We don't know what the final step is yet. I believe we're expecting the final step to come out in January. I'm pretty sure it comes out in January. And like, either they're going to surprise us with something else we need to do to upgrade a relic weapon, or it's probably going to be another 1500 causality. And you can farm these. If you go down the list into expert, level 90, 5, 6, 7, 8, leveling, trials, alliance, normal raid, and I believe frontline. Can't remember if I included that in my calculations, but if you do all of those on a max level character, you get like 750 causality. It's not the most effective way to do it, but just as an example, you just go down the list of daily roulettes. You get half a relic weapon stage a day. So it's not like Savage Raid specific. It's specifically intended to like help you catch up if you're behind, because the relic weapon becomes best in slots so late in a raid tier that it has no meaning on it aside from being like a little assistance for those that need it. Captain Random says Joshua P has even mentioned that Discord or voice programs are technically a violation of terms of service. That is an interesting one. Like, I do remember that one. I don't know if he specifically said that, but he might have said that. It's also possible that he said something that could be interpreted as that, and someone did that. And by that logic, OBS could also be considered cheating, right? So it's awkward, but that is exactly the point, is that that's why it's like, just as long as it's not giving you a practical advantage, it's probably fine. Band Angel says... Oh, thank you, Sukep. I appreciate... I'm glad to hear that. But it's good that you like Mandeville, by the way, because some people found it very annoying. Right, Bad Angel says you can also spam the level 90 dungeons and normal raids for causality tomes if you want to grind them out. If you run out of, like, roulettes to do, I would say that, like, if you're just going to spam duties, one of the most effective ways is to spam Etherfont or Lunar Subterrane. Because they take, like, depending on your group, they take either the same or a little bit more time than the current normal raids. So I would recommend just spamming these for 80 each. I'm pretty sure there are other ways, like hunt trains, to get some as well. But it's just to say there are ways to just power grind relics. Like, I have all of them at 645. And it wasn't that big of a grind, honestly. And hey, Watch Owl, I hope you're doing well. Sergeant Blaine says, I find it funny when people complain that relics can be stronger than Savage, while it comes months and months later, because eventually your level 91 plus gear will also outgear you. Yeah. The thing is, if your motivation to Savage raid is to have the best gear in the game, then you might find it annoying that other players can just casually stroll towards a weapon that is actually better than the Savage weapon, right? If your motivation to Savage raid is gear, then you would probably find it annoying that other players that aren't putting in the same effort as you can get the gear easily. That is also part of the reason why I always say that if you want to Savage raid, don't do it for the loot, because that just means you're going to hate Savage raid night. Like, if you enjoy raiding, go ahead. The gear is useful for raiding. You don't need it for your dailies. It's totally overkill, and in fact, it's just going to cheapen the experience because you're going to be so overgeared that it makes the content that you might otherwise enjoy too easy because you're severely overgeared. Like, that was something we've talked about on previous streams. The most recent extreme, Savage Raiders, primarily as far as I noticed, said that the DPS check was way too lenient. But, oh, I don't have that apparently. Or maybe it's over here. There it is. The item level requirement to enter is 640. So if you already have full 660, you're 20 item levels ahead. No surprise that you're having an easy time, right? So that is of course just an example, but that of course means that if you have full Savage gear to make it easier to grind stuff, that is also going to lead to a side effect of the new content being too easy. Or feel too easy or undertuned, when in reality it's because your gear is not intended for casual content. I don't recommend doing ultimates just for the shiny weapons. Yeah, exactly. As I said, if you want to raid, then raid. But if you want to raid for the loot, then you're going to hate raiding. And if you only want it for the loot, then you're really going to hate the fact that Final Fantasy XIV is an MMO where after a few months they add catch-up mechanics that mean that casuals can actually get almost full Savage power level equipment. Like, the only thing you can't get as a full casual that does not Savage raid is a ring. You can only get one 660 ring. The other ring has to be 650. Like, that's it. So that means if a casual player just goes in and collects a few, like, rings from P9S, then they can actually have full 660 and a 665 relic weapon eventually. And that's also true, JL. If you choose the correct job, then you might not actually want 2 660 rings. So if your only motivation to raid is the loot, then just, like, save yourself the trouble, right? Just save yourself the trouble. Did I welcome Watch Owl? If I didn't, hello again. Or hello. Parentheses again. Hope you're doing well. I'll check the neck thing after the stream, yeah. It's really nice. And remember, if you all can't wait to see the extending neck Dalmel, it's apparently on the Discord community server. And Sergeant Blaine, I think, raises a very valid point. Some people hate to do the Mandeville for Relic, some people hate to do Bosha or Eureka for Relic, and some people hate something from Heavensward and Realm of On. This is actually a very, very common problem that I have talked about before. Let me just catch up on the chat, and then I'll bring that up. I think, I don't know for sure, but I think that usually it's like a handful of people that deal with with boss fights. Like, it's not just one designer. Sukep. Can I? Let me see. There it is. I actually made a video that includes like a bunch of side quests you could have missed. Some of them are very, very, very hard to miss, but it does include how to unlock Frontline if you're feeling like you missed something. It's not entirely obvious because you have to like go back and forth between some NPCs for some reason. But it is included in that video that I just linked. Steve says, I wonder how they're going to do Endwalker relics when they change it to poetic tomestones. It could be one of the easiest to farm for late. I think it's just going to become that it costs poetics instead. I genuinely think that's what's going to happen. Hmm. Hmm. Right. The hating relic farms thing. This is something that I've talked about multiple times. Um, the best way I've heard it explained and described is because here's the thing. So I did Eureka when it was completely new. Like, that was when I started playing Final Fantasy XIV. I didn't find it particularly exciting, but I got to like level 19 or so. Before you could go beyond level 20. What I remember is that Eureka was not that appreciated. It was not very, like, super popular. Like, yes, there was a portion of the player base that loved it. There was a portion of the player base that liked it. There's a portion of the player base that didn't care. And then there was a very vocal part of the player base that found it extremely annoying that they had to do it. Why? Because there was gear upgrades there. For casuals mainly, but the principle of the matter is that there was gear upgrades. And as it progressed, those gear upgrades became better. With the relic weapons being like the cream of the crop, the biggest prize, which eventually becomes best in slot, even for Savage Raiders, which meant that even the Savage Raiders were forced to do it, which made people not like it. Specifically. Then Shadowbringers comes, and now the Eureka gear is no longer necessary for gearing purposes. It was mostly just to have them. Pretty much all of the people that didn't like Eureka completely disappeared. In fact, it turned around and became that Eureka was an awesome place. And why didn't they do more of that? After an entire expansion of people complaining about it. Strange. Shadowbringers comes around, Bozja comes out, which was like Eureka, but with some of the things dumped down a bit, like a little bit less grindy maybe. And people hate it. But somehow like Eureka. Like, I believe the best way it was described was that a lot of people said that Bozja was worse Eureka because Bozja removed the good things. Even though they removed the grindy things. And when Endwalker came out, and see, I grinded Bozja a lot. I didn't get everything because I specifically only farmed to get all of the relic weapons completely maxed out. That was what I was aiming for. So I just did the things that did that. I didn't do the duels. I didn't go around and get all of those like log records or whatever they're called because I didn't care about that mount. Not at all. I just wanted the relics. But I saw a lot of people that did not like Bozja or Zadnor. Then Endwalker comes around and people are like, oh, no, Bozja was great. Why isn't there one in Endwalker? The reason why this happens is because they don't hate Eureka. They don't hate Bozja. The thing is, some players will not like Eureka. Some players will not like Bozja. Some players will not like Mandeville. Just, that's going to happen. Some players hated Mandeville before Endwalker. Like, the Mandeville story has always been like, you know, like pineapple pizza, right? Either you like it or you hate it. So then they add something in Endwalker that is like, now you have to do Mandeville. And the people that don't like it point out that they really don't like it. But the thing is, they actually somehow disliked not having a grind more. Which is why we got to this situation where people are simultaneously almost certain to hate the Endwalker edition of Bozja, if there was one, but simultaneously they want to have it. Like, I can't remember the exact wording, but the way that this works is that, like, it was something that was more common in older MMOs. Things were just really hard to do. And the thing is, people played it anyway, despite having that annoying thing in the game. Like, for example, there's in World of Warcraft Vanilla where, oh, you're a night elf, well, so you have done the Wetlands run, right? Because you want to get to Stormwind, where the humans are, and to Westfall, where the Dead Mines dungeon is, and all that. Despite the Wetlands run really sucking, people just kind of put up with it, and it was just like a thing that you do in the game. But it was something we all did together. It was an experience we had. We had the experience of suffering through Eureka to get those relic weapons maxed out. We had the shared experience of going through Bozja to get those relic weapons maxed out. We had the experience of, well, some people would say suffering through the MSQ to reach the end game. But it's kind of this idea, which is partly the reason why people can somehow simultaneously be mad that we didn't get Bozja Eureka Endwalker Edition, and somehow we also know that if we had gotten it, people would not have liked it until Dawn Trail. It is also very true, and I see some of you pointed this out, and I'm pretty sure I didn't disclude that I did kind of mention it. The people that like Eureka are not the same people that are complaining about it when it is current. It's just that the experience, the perspective of the community at large is that when the content is current, the people that love Eureka are silent because they're busy enjoying it, and the people that don't want to do it but feel forced will do it and complain. Then when it is no longer necessary to do, the people that didn't want to do it will just not do it. And then when there isn't like any new stuff in this category, like there isn't a new Eureka in Endwalker, then the people that liked Eureka come out of the woodworks like, why didn't you make more of it? It was great. And the problem there is if the developers listen to the vocal people that play the game, then they'll repeatedly run into this weird confusion of when the content is current and relevant, what they'll mainly see is people complaining because the only people that have reason to voice their concerns are the people that don't want to be there. And when the content is no longer current and they have then phased out the content because people didn't like it, then the people that did like it come out of the woodworks to complain that they didn't do more of it. So you have this weird flow where the people that you're satisfying are not saying anything, and the people that you're not that you're displeasing are saying a lot. Like one of the best examples of this, I feel, is that variant dungeons come out with Criterion dungeons, but the rewards aren't particularly impactful. There's no gear upgrades. And somehow there still isn't, really. The player base says... The player base that likes doing content, like just for the sake of doing content, like the casual part, will say, oh, this is great, and they'll do it, but they don't have any reason to like farm it once they have everything, so it like kind of just fades away after that. The players that are Savage Raiders will do the harder version, maybe once, if even that, and then they'll realize that there isn't any reason to farm it, and I genuinely heard multiple people say, this content is great, I wish there was a reason for me to do it more. This is the classic MMO gamer problem, is that you will do content because it rewards you. The average MMO gamer. You will not do content that isn't worth your time. Content that doesn't reward you is not worth your time, hence you will not do content that you enjoy unless it is worth your time. Which means that for Criterion Savage to be worth doing more than once, you need to have rewards that are repeatedly useful. Which is hard to do. Like, I'm just saying, at some point, doing weekly re-clears of the current Savage rate tier is going to stop being relevant, right? And yeah, exactly, Bad Angel. That was kind of what I was alluding to. The newest Criterion Savage that came out Tuesday does actually offer gear, specifically a glowing, flashier version of the Tomestones of Comedy weapons you can get. The problem is that they upgrade from the 660 version to a 665 version that has identical stats to the P12S weapons. But to get the 660 weapons, you need to have completed P11S at the moment. So your choice is clear up to and including P11S, and then you can choose to do Criterion Savage or P12S. I think I've also heard people say that they believe that the Criterion Savage is typically harder than Savage, like Savage rating. I can't speak on that, but if that's the case, then why would you do the Criterion Savage? For gear reasons, it's just cosmetics. But here's the thing. Because there weren't any gear upgrades, there were no incentive to grind the content because it didn't give any gear upgrades, right? Because of that, some people said, I liked this, shame that there isn't a reason for me to do it more. If it had given gear upgrades, like actual gear upgrades that would actually be good to have, then I'm almost certain, I will never be able to know for certain because it didn't happen, but if it happened, I'm almost 100% certain that there would be a different portion of players, of course, that would complain that they had to do it. Right? It's the same as the Eureka Boscia thing. The people that like it are basically saying, shame that I don't have any reason to farm it more. The people that don't like it just don't do it because there's no reason to. If there was a reason, then the people that like it will just quietly enjoy their content, while the people that don't want to do it will very loudly complain. And exactly as what Charles says, it looks and sounds like the player base is contradicting itself, but it's actually because it's always different people complaining. And another good example is Captain Random that says the 2-minute burst window meta was because the loudest voice opinion was that job skills should flow better. And that is actually true. I read recently that Yoshi P was asked on this, and he basically said what amounted to, well, you said you wanted this. You said you said, like, you didn't, we didn't say, like, no one said we want 2-minute burst windows. The vocal people said we want things to flow better. Maybe align better. It would be nice if cooldowns matched up better. And the developers said, okay. Done. You got it. And now that we have it, there are some players that are like, the thing is, those players that wanted that might sometimes show up in discussions and say, I don't know what you're talking about. I love it like this. But for the most part, the vocal people are the people that don't like it like this. Those are the people complaining. So we have this wave again where it's like this other faction complaining about the burst window. So Keb says, I never rated before. When is the burst window? Like right at the start or like 30 seconds in or 15? The way that the 2-minute burst works, actually, let me just see, 2-minute. I actually have no less than 2 videos on the subject. I believe that video both explains what the 2-minute burst is, but also discusses why it might be a problem. I think in like a, not my opinion, but more like an overview, I try my best in those kinds of discussions to not like go too deep in what I think without at least highlighting that it is my opinion, but yeah. To get the short version on it, the way that the burst meta works is that raid buffs, so buffs like Embolden that increases everyone in your party's damage by 5%, have 2-minute cooldowns. All of them have a exactly 2-minute cooldown. Most of them last 15 seconds. I think. Yeah, for example, Battle Litany here, 15 seconds. Most jobs can do whatever prep that they need to do within around 3 GCDs, so 3 weapon skills or 3 spells, approximately. This takes around 7 seconds for most jobs. Those that are a little faster typically account for that. Those that are a little slower also account for that. Because of this, the general strategy when optimizing is that every opener with a 15-second raid buff will use that raid buff almost precisely 7 seconds into the fight, and then on cooldown, assuming the boss fight doesn't prevent that in some way or make that inconvenient in some way. Which means that 7 seconds into the fight to 22 seconds into the fight is pretty much the burst window in the opener. Which leads to interesting things such as jobs like just not really doing very much for the first 7 seconds, even though they have many cooldowns. Like 7 seconds in, they go brap, 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 and just mash out all the burst, but nothing from 0 to 7. Some particular examples of jobs that highlight this necessity of waiting around 7 seconds is Warrior needs to do 3 GCDs to set up Surging Tempest. That takes around 7 seconds before they can actually do something. Dark Knight needs at least 3 GCDs before they can use Living Shadow. And then Dancer, if you use Standard Finish, that is a 1.5 second GCD. Then you use Technical Step, and then 4 steps and Technical Finish. If I remember correctly, that actually causes Technical Finish to land on the 7th second exactly. Something to that effect. Which means that everyone else just, makes that assumption. That that's how we do it, and then adjusts accordingly. The jobs with longer raid buffs typically use their buffs a little earlier if they can, so that they still overlap completely. So for example, Reaper will typically use Arcane Circle after the first GCD, something to that effect. But that's fine because it lasts 20 seconds, so using that 2 seconds in still means that from 7 to 22, Arcane Circle is active. Summoners will typically use Searing Light almost instantly, but that lasts 30 seconds, so it doesn't matter, right? The reason why this becomes a problem isn't because of the burst itself, as I have on the thumbnail for that video is a cooldown that has a 2-minute cooldown, lasts 15 seconds, and makes everyone in your party do 40% more damage. That is a mildly cartoonish exaggeration of what the 2-minute burst means. If you have a 15-second window where you do 40% more damage every 2 minutes, you have every reason in the world to stockpile as many things as you can, which means that a lot of jobs basically just kinda sit and do nothing for 2 minutes. And then when the burst comes, and then they kinda just sit there for 100 seconds. It's not exactly like that, because often they have 1-minute cooldowns or 30-second cooldowns that they'll use on the regular, but it does end up feeling a lot like you're just kinda sitting there and waiting for the burst. And it does feel a little boring when you're just doing almost nothing for 100 seconds, and then for 15 seconds. It's a lot of downtime, right? Bad Angel says I wasn't playing before Endwalker, so I can't compare very well, but the 2-minute makes all the jobs feel samey to me. Exactly, and that is also the concern, I actually talk about many of these things in that video, is that it can make all of the jobs feel very samey. This is something that I actually bring up in the video coming out tomorrow about the Viper, is that the first thing I saw people say about the Viper, like almost like that, after seeing the trailer on it, was, so the dual wield combos generate a resource, and the two-hander attacks spend it, and the blue aura is a 2-minute cooldown. We could go a step further. Maybe the dual wield generates a resource, the two-hander spends that to generate another resource, and the blue aura spends that resource. And now you've basically reconstructed Reaper, because that's exactly how Reaper works. Like, that is exactly how Reaper works. And when most jobs can be boiled down to a builder-spender job, which is you have some buttons that build resources and some buttons that spend resources, and you can stockpile so many of those resources and then use them every 2 minutes. It makes a lot of jobs seem very, very similar. And some of the most egregious examples is the tanks. Some players might say that we actually only have 2 different tanks in the game, because Warrior and Dark Knight are very, very, very similar, and Paladin and Gunbreaker are very, very similar, and it's only in the smaller nuances that they're actually different. I think one of the funniest examples is how most of Sage's cooldowns have an analog in the Scholar Toolkit. Like, for example, at level 45 you learn Lost Raid. Ryuholi. At level 50 you learn Sacred Soil. Keraholi, of course. At level 52 you learn Indomitability, which is... No, Ixoholi, of course. At level 46 you learn Art of War. Yeah, I could go on. I do believe that Pepsis is actually learned at the same level as Emergency Tactics. You get what I mean? It's almost like they sat down, looked at the Scholar Toolkit and went, well, we have to make this again. Like, exactly this. And then just make it look different. It's just an example, right? It is different, but they feel so similar that it is very easy to claim that they're the same, right? See, Phil says, people have been talking about Bloodlust recently in the 2-minute meta debate. From what I've seen, Bloodlust isn't as game-breaking as every job having something like plus 30% of their damage from 2 minutes. So, I played World of Warcraft for 15 years. Bloodlust... I can't remember if it's 30 or 40%. I believe it's 30% haste for 40 seconds. And it has a cooldown period of 10 minutes. But it's just one person clicks the button for everyone. And the thing is, 30% haste in World of Warcraft these days is, for most classes, the same as 30% more damage, because a lot of their toolkits are actually scale with haste. So 30% more haste is almost the same as 30% more damage output, but it's once or twice per boss fight, depending on how long it is. Like, if it's a really long boss fight, people will use Bloodlust in the opener, and then 10 minutes later they'll use it again. But it would be a lot less overwhelming. But what we also saw was that World of Warcraft somewhat recently added a support DPS, and it completely broke the balance of the game. So the reason why Warrior and Dark Knight are often compared like that is because Warrior has Inner Release, which gives you 3 free Fell Cleaves, And Dark Knight has Delirium, which gives you three free Blood Spillers. You also have that Blood Spiller costs 50 of a gauge that goes up to 100, and Fell Cleave costs 50 of a gauge that goes up to 100. Like, it's these, like, smaller things. I feel, honestly, personally, I feel Paladin and Gunbreaker are more comparable as almost identical in some ways, but they also have nuances. As you say, you can feel the difference between which tank you have in a dungeon when you're the healer. But it is, it's complicated, right? And I'm not saying that, like, personally, I like playing Warrior a lot more than Dark Knight because of these smaller nuances. And I like playing Paladin more because of these smaller nuances. So clearly they're different. If they weren't different, then I would just play Gunbreaker when Gunbreaker does more damage, and Paladin when Paladin does more damage. But it isn't exactly like that, right? Watchal says, what's an example of how you would make the jobs work more uniquely? Or would you even? I don't know. I'm not sure what I would do. The thing is, what I would do about the jobs is some jobs I feel like there's like redundancies. I've talked about Summoner in retrospect before. The thing is, most jobs, I don't play them enough to know what would be a good change for them. This is something that I've usually said with, I don't care about the Dragoon rework. It doesn't mean anything to me. The Astrologian rework doesn't mean anything to me. Those two jobs are some of the least played jobs on my list. So I don't care about the changes. Like, they could do whatever they like. Apparently it's buffering a bit again. They can do whatever they like. What I hope is that whatever they do end up doing with Dragoon and Astrologian, Dragoon and Astrologian mains actually like. Right? That's what I want, is exactly what the people that are actually playing the jobs want. That's what I want to see. The best I can do is talk about jobs that I play a lot. And in Shadowbringers, I was like a devout Summoner main. And I looked at Summoner, a job that I liked so much that it was my main. And I said, Energy Drain makes no sense because they've removed all of the decision-making process. The only spender you have for it is Fester and Pain Flare. So why do we even have that? We don't need this. It used to be that you could spend it on Bane to spread your dots, but in Shadowbringers they made Bane free, so it's just a damage button, right? We don't need it. I said, why do we have dots when the way we interact with the dots is that 3 out of 4 times every 2 minutes we just click Try Disaster and auto-apply them, just like that. We don't even care. Like, the dots are just kinda there. Why do we have them? It feels like the pet system which we had was like not really a focus, because the thing is, 1/4 of the time your pet wasn't there because it was replaced with Bahamut or Phoenix. So we have Aetherflow, pet management, dot management, and primals. 4 core mechanics, and none of them get enough attention. So it just feels like Summoner was just chaos. Like, there was no order in it. So, like, my opinion was, Summoner, when I was told that it was getting a rework, right, my opinion was, Summoner needs help, because this doesn't work. It feels like they've changed what matters to the Summoner too many times. And they just kind of try to keep everything on the boat. Like, just keep everything on and don't delete anything. And what they chose to do with it is they removed the dots, which wasn't really a thing about Summoner anyway. This was something that came from the fact that Summoner was a copy of Warlock from World of Warcraft. I kid you not. you can see like almost a 1-to-1. They removed the pets, basically. They just made a single pet that doesn't really do anything. But genuinely, in World of Warcraft, you get a ranged pet, then a tank pet, and then a melee DPS pet. In Final Fantasy XIV, you got a ranged Emerald Carbuncle, a tanking Topaz Carbuncle, and then you got Ifrit, which is a melee DPS. Like, it's the same. Just saying. It was pretty clear where they took their inspiration from. But the dots didn't need to be on the summoner. Summoner is about summoning, so they could just away with the dots. If they want to focus on something else that is more summoner, they could do that. So they did that. And the pets are a way that summoners have worked, so that's fine. They can keep that. The things that I would have done is, I feel like the problem is that they're trying to do too many things. I think both the primal thing and the pet management thing worked well, and if they were to go with the pet management thing, I think that dot management pairs really well with pet management. We've seen that in previous MMOs. But the thing that I would absolutely get rid of is, I would say, either have the dot management and pet management, or have the primals. Like, and now you might notice, wait, so what do you do with the ether flow? Out the door. I don't know why we have it. It could have been something else. It could have been a different OGZD. It's not, like, we don't need this. We don't need this. Like, we have a job gauge for this. We have a job gauge for energy drain. It's like, it feels like if Gunbreaker had a job gauge to track Gnashing Fang or continuation. Like, that's what it feels like to me. So that's why it's like that. That's why I don't understand why we have it. Like, they've simplified energy drain too much. But, like, that's an example of what I was thinking, Watch Owl. Like, that's my considerations when I was maining Summoner, was we are focusing on too many things. We need to, like, focus up again. And they kinda did that. Maybe a bit too much. Right? Like, I'm not saying that this was perfect. I'm not saying this was perfect. I feel like this was like a step in the right direction, but maybe also a step in the wrong direction. Like, I wasn't thinking this. This wasn't what I was imagining when I was thinking we need to focus someone a little bit up. Yeah, exactly. Paladin used to be incredibly weird as well. Yeah, so Kev says Gunbreaker skills feel way more thought out than Paladin. Yeah, I suppose so. And I think the reason is that Gunbreaker has only existed since Shadowbringers. So Gunbreaker's toolkit was designed for reaching level 80 and having all this, right? That was the plan. And then they've just added a little bit to level 90. Personal opinion, I don't understand why we got a third cartridge. I'm not really feeling that one. Like, we don't need both Double Down and this. Double Down could just be spending one cartridge and then not have this. I feel like that's a little funny, but they decided to do that. So here we are. Like, the benefit of that is that by having 3 cartridges, you don't really need to vent burst strikes during, like, outside of No Mercy very much. Like, most of your downtime is just 1, 2, 3 combos and a Gnashing Fang combo. And the most elegant way of doing that is by adding a cartridge. It's just really funny that they added a cartridge and something to spend it on. Right? Exactly, Matthew. A big enough step in the right direction to end up being further away. I mean, they could have also made it so that you could have 6 cartridges. That would match more with like the revolver gunblade that is typically like the signature of the Gunbreaker, right? That would have made more sense. But I just think it's very funny that they gave you an additional cartridge slot and then immediately handed you a way to spend it. Like, I like the reason I was very well acquainted with this is as I made a Gunbreaker guide. My Gunbreaker guide from level 51 to 90 includes a burst rotation specifically for level 88. Just 88 and 89, because at level 90, don't need it anymore, because now you have double down. Go back to the rotation you just did. Like, Gunbreaker has a specific burst, and when they get Bloodfist, that's kinda what they do. Like, that's pretty much what they do. And then at level 88, something changes, and level 90, it's back to normal again. It's pretty funny. It's just, oh, we do this, and then back again. It's actually even worse, JL, because Goring Blade is comparable to Sonic Break, not Blasting Zone. Which means you might want to sit down for this one. They made Paladin's signature dot into an upfront nuke attack so that it wasn't too similar to Gunbreaker's dot, which was implemented into the game later. But yeah, exactly as Watch Owl says, the problem with many of the older jobs, if you think about it, Sonic Break is just Shadowfang. That is also true. And Shadowfang was made into a dot with a cooldown in Shadowbringers from being a combo. But I'm glad to hear that's okay. But yeah, exactly. All of the jobs that were implemented in A Realm Reborn, either they've been reworked, or they've had to deal with what they had. And something you may notice if you actually pay attention to it, is that the jobs that haven't gotten like a major overhaul for the longest are the jobs with like the, you could say, most archaic rotation style. For example, Paladin's rotation, until it was reworked in Endwalker, the only major change they actually did to it, aside from like just adding bricks on top of it, like just adding to the tower of mechanics, the only major thing they did on like before like they completely reworked it was when they removed the tank stance thing. Like they just made it like when they had damage and tank stances. When they removed that, they removed the enmity combo from Paladin. Aside from, oh yeah, and then they removed flash while they were on it. But aside from that, Paladin's single target rotation from A Realm Reborn, they just kind of replaced the enmity combo with the Royal Authority combo, and then they added a dot combo, right? And technically they added the dot combo first, because level 54, level 60. And then they added Holy Spirit, and then they added Confiteor, and then they added the blades. Like, they've just added and added and added, and at some point they looked around and realized that Paladin is like a relic of the past that doesn't work into this neat construction that is the 2-minute burst. It just doesn't really work. And it led, like, the funniest result of them trying to fix it was they buffed the blades combo so immensely that it gradually made skill speed worse and worse on Paladin. But it also incentivized Paladins more and more to place their magic burst in the 2-minute burst, which was not easy. But Paladin was like the incarnation of Jack. If you've ever heard about atonement dropping, which I do actually cover in my most recent Paladin guide for level 90s, you were given 3 atonement charges every time you used the Royal Authority. But in most situations, or a lot of the time, you only used 2 of them to align with the 1-minute cooldowns you had. It was insanity. And if you look at these kinds of like job designs where you can see the more archaic ones, Black Mage was overhauled in Stormblood. Aside from that, it has only gotten some small changes. And yeah, exactly, JL. The ridiculous opener that I made a short on. I believe the average was 18 seconds. Did you say 16 to 20 seconds? Absolutely ridiculous. But what you will notice, a lot of people point to Black Mage as the only remaining job that doesn't adhere to the 2-minute burst meta, like, completely. But Black Mage's most recent rework was that they cleaned up, they gave a trait, this trait that makes it so that switching element is free, used to be level 72. Which was given alongside Despair, of course, to make it work. And then they like cleaned up your AoE combos. But from Heavensward to Stormblood, they reworked how Enochian worked. And by the way, they added job gauges in Stormblood. So before Stormblood, this wasn't here. The 28-second inner release pre-pull, that's also a good one. Black Mage seems so old school compared to the other jobs because it is. Pretty much all other jobs around. I believe Dragoon is the only other job that kinda have managed to survive all the way to Endwalker. But I mean, they did lose Impulse Drive. But Dragoon also worked very differently. Like, Lance Charge wasn't on a 1-minute cooldown back in the day. So the reason why Black Mage feels so different is because it's almost the only job that has not been reworked since, like, this more modern take on Final Fantasy XIV, you could say. All other jobs have had changes. Yeah, indeed. JL, what does the Astrologian mains want? What do the Astrologian mains want out of a rework? I'm pretty sure that there's one side that says they want what we had in Stormblood, or before. And then there's one side that says, I would appreciate if there was no RNG. But I don't know what they want. I don't know what they would want. And as we've talked about, the players that are happy with what we have are going to be quiet, not say a thing, and possibly not add anything into the conversation. The players that don't like what we have are very vocal. So the players that look at Paladin and Summoner and say, well, we certainly don't want this for Astrologian, will probably be the most loud voices. Sajin Blaine says, I have heard Astrologian been called the delayed healer. Yeah, kind of. Astrologian has all of these actions that delay or heal after a while. Astrologian actually has multiple like time magic tools, or at least are intended to. Some of them are like directly, like Macrocosmos is like, it's really like turning back time, I believe, is the like inspiration here. Light speed. Gravity is often a spell that is given to time mages in Final Fantasy. It doesn't do this, but I believe the most time mage thing Astrologian had was, I think they had it already in Heavensward, but in Stormblood at least, they had this cooldown that increased the duration of all Astrologian effects on nearby party members, I believe, by 10 seconds? I think it was 10 seconds, which both included heal over time effects, cards, and anything else. Just plus 10 seconds to all of it, which meant that setting up like your big card burst or whatever it is, back then was very significant, because it meant that you could expand it, right? Enjoy your food, Watch Owl. And hey Orion, I hope you're doing well. But yeah, they lost this tool. I don't know why, but they did. I believe it was removed with Shadowbringers with the rework of the card system. Let's see. Bad Angel says, speaking of modern, do you think healers should have combos or something similar? Pressing one button sucks, but I also don't main healer, so I don't know for sure what if they would like it. My opinion is mages don't have 1, 2, 3 combos in Final Fantasy XIV. Now you might say, but Red Mage though, is that a spell? It says weapon skill. And Red Mage doesn't have anything else that is a 1, 2, 3 combo other than that. I don't think mages should have like 1, 2, 3 combos like this. That's how I feel about it. I don't know what else we could add. What I think worked really well was in Stormblood, white mages had both Aero 2 and Aero 3, with Aero 2 being, you know, instant dot with upfront damage. Aero 3 was a dot that had a cast time, but was applied in an area of effect. So you could technically, you know, Aero 2 each mob and then Aero 3 because they stacked. Scholar had, they had both Bio, I do believe they had Bio 2 and Miasma. And then their AoE was actually Miasma 2, which applied like a really quick spell that just applied this other dot in a circle around you. But the key thing that Scholars also had was they had Bane, so they could spread their dots. So Scholars were very dot-centric, while White Mages had dots, but they also just wanted to use Holy. And then Astrologians, they had Gravity and cards, and they had 1 dot. So there's 2 angles to this. And I do think that JL has a very good point there. And that is also true. Scholars also had Shadow Flare. My opinion is, I want the developers to make a decision on what they want. Because the thing is, the player base is split on what they want for healers. Some healers want healers to be healers. I know that sounds ridiculous. They want healers to just be healers, right? Just heal. And the other side would like to attack more. Now, the thing is, the players that want healers to heal are one side, but and they're pretty unified in that respect. I think the people that want healers to have more interesting options to attack are more like, I don't know for certain. This is, you know, a guess, and this is kind of where I'm standing. At least that is the spot I'm standing in. I don't care whether healers attack or not, but I would like the developers to choose what they want. If they want healers to attack more, then make it interesting to attack more. That's what I would like. If they don't want healers to attack more, then I don't give us so many abilities to heal with. Like, the reason why healers attack so much is because nearly all of their toolkit is just healing abilities that they can weave when attacking. Make all of these abilities, make a bunch of them spells that you have to cast, then healers will heal more. Because they have to. But that's my opinion, is that I think whatever works, it's good for me. But right now, we have healers that have very, very simple attack rotations. And I think the best they could do is make a decision. Like, if you want the healers to also attack, and that it is like a core part of healing in Final Fantasy XIV, then I don't know, then I feel like half of my action bars should be attacks, and then the other half can be heals. Right? Like, if we're supposed to do both things in equal measure, then why is it that my attack toolkit is this and that, and my healing toolkit is, you know, the rest? And if you want the healers to heal more, then don't make it so that I can, like, avoid casting healing spells. And you're right, JL. You're both right, Shiro and JL. Healers are stacking directed because it increases their damage, because the because by killing the boss faster, you can actually reduce the amount of damage your group takes, which means you need to heal less, which sounds ridiculous, but the reason that it is like that is because there might be some niche exceptions, but let's just say that when the boss does a big old burst on you and you need to heal up quickly, and for some reason you might need to use Cure 3 for that, you might do this and then Cure 3, right? Maybe you need to cast 2 of them. If you need to cast 2 of them, I can almost guarantee you that any determination you have is going to lead to overhealing, not save your cast. Basically, if you need to fully top up your party, then determination doesn't actually change anything, because it doesn't increase your healing output enough. It's the same problem with tenacity. I talk about this in both the in the piety video, for example, and the tenacity video, that the problem is that with the stats that actually increase your ability to do stuff defensively, is that they don't do enough. I get that, JL. It's a meme that you say more damage means that you kill the boss faster, which means you take less damage. It's a meme because it's technically true, but it's also absurd, right? It's silly. But the reason why we think like that is not because doing damage is the only thing that matters. It's because the defensive options you have, determination, piety, cannot compete with do more damage. Well, as I'm saying, healing for 5% more is not going to help you. Like, it's not going to change anything for you. doing 1% more damage also isn't going to change anything for you. However, it might mean that the boss dies 1 second sooner, so that's better than the healing that doesn't do anything for you, right? Phil says, I feel like the only option they have with Final Fantasy XIV style is either to have an absurd amount of unavoidable damage like Harrowing Hell, or to give healers more interesting DPS rotations. Something like that. I remember some years ago, World of Warcraft did this thing where they very heavily reduced the amount of healing healers could do. And very heavily reduced the amount of healing tanks could do. And then, in turn, they heavily reduced the amount of damage stuff in the game did. The logic here was that by making it so that healers couldn't, like, just instantly resolve any problem involving healing, and tanks needed help from healers to stay alive, it meant that it slowed down the pace of combat, which meant that healers could more reasonably actually think about what tools they needed, instead of just going Ram! And just using every single heal that they have and just mega overheal because they have infinite amounts of MP anyway, so they can just heal everything instantly. Who cares, right? By slowing down the game in this way, the intent was that meant that healers had to manage MP more carefully and tanks had to think more about their defensive cooldowns. What happened is that if it takes the boss 3 times longer to kill you over time on the same health bar, then it means that your initial HP, like just going into combat with a full HP bar, was a lot more impactful because that was health you didn't need to heal. So it actually led to people just being able to get greedier because they knew that the boss wasn't going to one-shot them. And it gets complicated because when did they gain infinite MP in WoW? In Wrath of the Lich King. And healers then stayed capable of instantly resolving any issue related to healing up to and including Mr. Pandaria, if I remember correctly. Then in Warlords of Draenor, they tried to both pull back tanks, because tanks were actually so strong that they did more damage than DPS players, and also didn't need a healer. And healers could resolve anything regarding damage unless it was a one-shot. So in Warlords of Draenor, they changed that. And it didn't really work. And then they added Mythic Plus, which kind of incentivized people to abuse this. But yeah, it's complicated because it's really hard to make content that requires healers to heal all the time. Unless it's just that enemies just attack you relentlessly for damage all the time. If I remember correctly, the way that the Endwalker raid tiers have cadenced has been: first, healers felt like they didn't have anything to do, that was annoying. Then we had a raid tier where everything had a bleed. Like, everything applied a dot, so that healers had stuff to heal. But that wasn't fun either, so they stopped with that again. If healers suddenly do nearly no damage, how are people supposed to do old content? True. There was actually this thing, I can't remember precisely, I believe it was in Shadowbringers, there was this really weird observation that at a specific point, white mages had such good filler damage, you know, glare, that if one of your tanks was a paladin, if the white mage had to cast a heal on the paladin to keep them alive, it was actually a net gain for the raid team if the paladin just used clemency on themselves, because the white mage did more DPS. I didn't like get the full extent of that, but I did remember reading about it back then. So it is a little ridiculous how much damage healers have been capable of doing. But yeah, it's, as I said, it's difficult if they both want to keep content relevant as it is now, if they also want to overhaul how healers work in general. I heard yesterday that the whole concept of healers like aggressively attacking all the time allegedly started in A3S. So, well, A3, which was this one. So that's Living Liquid, Pepsi Man. I don't remember I don't know the specifics of that, but that means that was the first time an encounter had such a strict DPS check that people had to use everything they had, including having the healers attack. And you have to remember, in Heaven's Ward, healers had to use an action to like switch to attack mode, which made their heals weak, but their attacks good to actually attack. I think a suggestion just popped into my head just now. The old cleric stance, where it actually made your heals bad to buff your damage. Yes, Sergeant Blaine, you were the one that said that. Excellent. If they made it so that they added in cleric stance again in a way, so that you could switch to attack mode, right? Make the attack mode, make it so that your heals are weak, and then make your attacks weak when you're not in cleric stance. And then either make cleric stance be like a toggle that you're stuck in for a while, like maybe 15 seconds or something, so that sure, maybe healers would then go, oh, I'll switch to cleric stance and like yoink some damage, but then you have to actually you have to know that you don't have to heal for 15 seconds, because otherwise you're stuck out. And when you then switch back to healing, then it's another 15 seconds. So like at best you could like flip-flop between the modes, but ultimately you would only switch to attack mode when you know that it is safe. Now, if they did that now, I'm pretty sure that a lot of content, there would just be one healer permanently a cleric stance, and then the other healer would just have to heal way more to compensate. So this wouldn't be enough on its own. It would have to be like both. You have to commit to attacking, and also there's a lot of damage coming in, so you don't actually have the opportunity to commit to attacking. The way this might work with old content is, in solo content, that cleric stance would be allowed to make healers do more damage than they're doing now, because they can't both heal and damage. So they actually have to like really bring it when they're attacking. Which I think might make it work without removing the capacity. It's okay, the white mage will get it. Bad Angel says, could they possibly add GCDs that deal damage and apply buffs? Like Noma for Sage could apply a buff on your next GCD heal, or provide some extra mitigation for Sacred Soil. They could do that. And this is actually a core problem for both tanks and healers that I think I've talked briefly about this on a previous stream, but a white mage reading their toolkit and understanding their role, like as a new player, sees no value in this. This doesn't help them heal, right? It doesn't help them heal. What if Glare 3 reduced the damage the boss does by 1% for 5 seconds? Just 1%. It's a pathetically small amount. But now you have a reason to attack that actually motivates you as a healer, right? Back in the day, tanks had the logical incentive to attack because the amount of enmity they needed to generate to hold the attention of mobs, especially before they got their tank stance, because mind you, that was unlocked at level 30, they had to use their mitigation, like their enmity combo repeatedly to just keep the attention of the target. So nowadays, some tanks might not be very incentivized to give it like 100% and do as much damage as they can if their logic, if their reasoning is, well, my job is to keep the attention of the enemies, and I do that by pressing Overpower or Tomahawk, and then I'm good. Like, you're like an actor and going, what's my inspiration? You tank the mobs, and then you just use Overpower and you're done. It's just, so what's the rest of it for? And the same applies for healers. Why are you attacking? Because it kills the mobs faster. Why does that matter to you? Because that makes the mobs die faster, which means that they kill you less. Which is that meme again, right? More damage is good on healer because it makes the enemies hurt you less. In a ridiculous way. But yeah, Phil, I believe... I'm pretty sure all 3 tanks back in Heavensward had a combo step somewhere in like their weapon skills that reduced the enemy's stats in some way, which that makes sense to use, right? You're trying to minimize the damage you're taking and you're trying to keep the attention of the enemy. So your combos should heal you, should keep the attention of the mobs and make the mobs hurt you less. That makes sense. Similarly, healers, if they have attacks, generally, I would say they should either have a side effect of healing your party or making you take less damage. Like, that makes it make sense. Exactly, Sergeant Blaine. Stuff like mind down and strength down. I've fortunately not had run-ins with DPS healers much, but I do hear about them. Yeah, Blue Mage, only Blue Mage has that. Back in the day, Paladin, and by proxy Warrior, had Flash, which blinded enemies for 15 seconds. In Shadowbringers, Addle reduced the intelligence and mind of your target by 10%. And Fate reduced their strength and dexterity by 10%. Which was just a very convoluted way of saying reduces damage by 10% of that particular type. JL says issue with DPS being linked to healing is Sage's Cardion is supposed to be its unique mechanic. That's also the reason why my suggestion for White Mage's Glare was damage reduction and not healing. You make White Mage's Glare reduce damage taken, for example. You make Scholar, when they attack, it enhances the healing from their pet. Maybe it makes it so that the next heal from their pet applies a barrier. Astrologian I don't know, maybe they have it so that every time they cast Fall Malefic, it reduces the cooldown of Essential Dignity. Like, you can make reasons to motivate some, like attacking by defensive reasons in different ways. But JL, I just want to say that saying that a healer that melts direct hit is a DPS healer and that's a bad thing is extreme exaggeration. As I said before, and I'll say it again, the reason why healers are melting direct hit isn't because they want to do the maximum damage. It's because making their healing better by stacking Determination instead doesn't do anything. Like, as I said, healing more is just going to mean that you're winning higher on the overhealing part of the DPS meter. Yes, I realize, JL, that Determination melts increase healing and damage output. Listen. And you might not be live, but listen. Because of all the buffering, I mean. Healing 5% more doesn't do anything if you have to cast, for example, Cure 3 twice to cap everyone up. The probability that the second Cure 3, just as a random example, overheals for 30% of its healing done is high, and if it does, then Determination didn't do anything. It just didn't do anything. But direct hit would have made you do more damage when you chose to attack. That's fair, JL. That's fair. But I'm just saying that it don't hate the player, hate the game, right? The people that are choosing to melt direct hit is because that's what works. Yeah, exactly, the damage bottleneck. If we had to cast more healing spells in general, then Determination would be better. It's like a quantity kind of thing. If you had to spam heal, then each of your healing spells doing 5% more healing would add up over the course of a fight. Like, if you had to maintain regen on your tank 24/7 to keep them alive, then each regen healing for 5% more would over time give you GCDs to cast. Like, you would get ahead. Like, if you had to cast regen 20 times throughout a fight, just if you had to use regen 20 times in a fight, which by the way would be 6 minutes of combat, then if you had enough Determination that your healing healed for 5% more than someone that went for direct hit instead, you would not have to cast the 21st regen because your regens were 5% stronger, which means that it would actually have given you a glare. Hypothetically, like, since we're typically quantifying the value of more healing in how much damage it could lead to, if you can save a cast of a healing spell by doing more healing with stats, then that in turn turns into more damage. And if you had to cast a crazy, ridiculous amount of healing spells, then Determination would automatically become better over time. It's just that because most healing you do is you cast one, maybe two things, and one of them is going to result in overhealing. It just means that Determination, it's not you don't need more healing, it's you need more healing so little that Determination doesn't help that much. P10S would like to introduce itself. Indeed, And then the problem is that P10S Harrowing Hell is a heal check through tank LB3. Right. Yeah, in P10N, it's technically also a heal check. In the normal version, healers can overcome it without using a single healing spell. I don't know if healers can do that in the Savage version. But the question still comes back to, would 5% more healing make a difference there? Or do you have to heal up fully between each hit? And if you have to be fully healed for each hit, then unless the determination means you can save a cast, then it doesn't do anything. But yeah, as I said before, I'll hop all mitigation and GCD between hits. Fair enough. But that is exactly the problem. How many GCDs is that? Because I don't think it's 20. The reason why I'm like hefting myself to 5% more healing is because the amount of direct hit you can get by just melding full direct hit is going to be equivalent to about 5% more determination, more or less. Possibly less, because it, like, adding 5% determination doesn't mean that you heal for 5% more. It means that if you're already healing for 10% more and then you go up to 15%, then it's closer to somewhere between 4 and 5%. But it doesn't matter. 5% wouldn't be enough either. 12 seconds, so like 5 GCDs. Yeah, so if direct hit, if making your melds from direct hit over to determination, just hypothetically again, because you wouldn't be able to meld everything all determination, right? But if you could do that and it led to healing for 20% more, then that might actually like amount to something, because then 5 healing GCDs would actually mean that you have a free spell, hypothetically. And I say hypothetically because you would have to use 5 GCDs because you have to heal after each hit. Possibly. But that's really the problem. And it's exactly a similar problem to what I was talking about with World of Warcraft, where healers were so incredibly busted and powerful that that any attack, all of the healers could just go and then heal it at some point in World of Warcraft, which meant that it didn't mean that the healers had to, like, that they just started attacking. Actually, the way that was resolved was that everything just hit like an actual freight train, because otherwise the healers would have nothing to do. So that means that many boss mechanics back then in World of Warcraft were like, oh, the entire raid drops to 1 HP, or drops to a half HP, or drops to a third of their HP, or if they drop below 30%, they die, and things like that. So that healers just constantly had to like just be bursting healing, because that's the power they had. In Final Fantasy XIV, we don't have like that many OGCDs to spend. We don't have that amount of MP, so if they actually did that, then you would absolutely run out of tools extremely quickly, and it wouldn't be very entertaining anyway. But by making the encounters balanced around the amount of tools you do have, it instead leads to this situation where healers just go, well, I can attack like 90% of the time. Or less, depending on how much damage people are taking. And That's also why I said that the problem with healers right now is that we are not, like, we're in this like middle ground where the attack rotation isn't that inspiring, and it feels like it takes a bigger priority than the healing toolkit at times. So it would be nice if we either got a more interesting attack rotation, if that's what the developers want for healers in Final Fantasy XIV, or force healers to somehow have to cast more healing spells in general. And the thing is, nerfing attack damage will not change that. If healers did 1/10 of the damage they're doing now, it would still be better to have an attacking healer than not an attacking healer. So the problem is a combination of things. It's not about how much damage healers are doing, it's about how much healing is needed, in my opinion. Let's see. Trying to find a clip that would be good, because you can see I don't really have time to do a bunch of clips, so I'm trying to find the best one without actually checking them too much. You know, last time we didn't get to see Matthew had made a clip of the newest dungeon with, I believe, a full pre-made. And that was the first time in the new dungeon, so that is, of course, a Savage Raider that is doing a dungeon for the first time. That can be interesting to see, especially if we, like, for a more casual player that might view it as if Savage Raiders are like in a completely different universe in skill. And I think that's what we will see. Let me see if I can find that particular clip. There it is. Is there sound? There is sound. Of just the game, I'm pretty sure. Reduce boss HP. Well, the thing is, if you make it so that healers have more things they have to do in regards to healing, then you have to assume that they're doing less damage. That makes perfect sense, right? So you would balance the fight around that. But the problem right now is that healers don't have to heal as much, they attack. Like, it's basically the reason why healers can attack so much is because they don't have to. Matthew says this was Party Finder. Okay, fair enough. Well, I'm guessing Duty Finder. I just remember that you noted that it was a really strong tank. I think the particular interesting bits is going to be the boss fights, because overall, trash boss mechanics is not particularly exciting. I'll just reduce the volume because sometimes people find it a little annoying with the Final Fantasy XIV Speedy Cake remix sound. I think it's quite funny. I think it's a shame that YouTube doesn't give it like chipmunk voices when you say it's at double speed. Now that would be funny. There's apparently one of the I think there's a Mikote with one of the legendarily known voice packs. Whoops. I meant to set it to just regular speed. Apparently I have very bad aim. Let me just rewind that. So if this is your first run, the interesting thing is how you interpret seeing the mechanics. So we see the rods, you look at them, now you see of course the lines. Very intuitive because it's saying everything it needs to say. That's not very interesting. The boss is introducing the mechanic. Then we have this. This is of course checkerboard. You first assume maybe I should stand. Either I'm trying to take a guess at what you're thinking. You might be thinking something else, Matthew. First you step on the blue one because that's what he's saying. And then you consider maybe he's saying don't stand on that, which was of course the correct choice. And it seems everyone agreed on that one. Wow! Wow! Now we have the rods again. And there's just 2. So you already knew it was going to be line AoEs. And they don't resolve this time, they just quietly disappear. Spread markers. So something that wouldn't surprise me is if you're very, very interested in getting back to the safe spot, which you did. Whoa! Oh, you almost got hit there. I think it's voice 5, yeah, I never know the number of it, I just know the voice. So now we have 3 rods instead. And now we've kind of seen the mechanics. So the thing that I typically see, just want to highlight, the thing I typically see in this boss fight is that people that know where the safe spot is will often like dance around that safe spot. They don't want to move away from it because it's just easier to remember by not stepping away from it, right? Big brain move, just don't step out of the square. And also, there are lines on the floor. Indeed. I don't even know where that meme originates from. There are lines on the floor. Oh. Wait a minute. I never noticed that. That's so interesting. Look at this. You think it's a checkerboard pattern, but it's not. Look here. Triangle, 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 square, square, square. So it's this is checkerboard pattern. And then here it's different. Ah, I'd never noticed that. Interesting. Uh-oh. And then, of course, we're hanging out near these. It looks like these players haven't quite figured out the mechanic yet. Uh-oh. Oh, that was close. So an interesting thing is that this building debuff that the boss mechanics apply in this fight, this boss, just as a side effect, apply a debuff that for each, like every time you get a stack of it, you get Doom, but the first stack gives you like a normal 15-second Doom. The second stack gives you, I think it's like a 5-second Doom? I'm guessing on the third stack you just die, but that can easily catch you off guard. And if 2 players get the second stack at once, you have to choose one. If you can even do that, if you can even react in time. Placing Liturgy of the Bell on the safe square is actually a pretty smart move, yeah. I think that has happened to me as well. So the second vulnerability stack is absolutely a big part of it, but it's very classic. You're like, oh, it's just a raid wipe. And that's when you realize that that player had only half HP. But what I generally do is like, I of course take note of the safe spot. I hang around it, as I said, other people do. I do as well. It's easy to keep track of it by just not stepping away from it. But when I have to step away from it, I make a very like strong note of like for example, pointing my camera towards the safe spot, or placing my camera near the safe spot, or like doing something so that I don't have to remember where the safe spot was. Because otherwise you're going to mess it up. The other day I was doing this dungeon with Aradel, and because both of the DPS in our group went to the wrong spot, that confused Aradel into stepping over there on the wrong spot, because, am I wrong? Well, 2 other people are saying that's the safe spot. And that's why, like, you can't trust anyone else to stand on the safe spot. You just have to trust yourself sometimes. I just thought that was, like, a funny relation there. The next boss I'm also very interested to see, because that was... I don't remember how well I actually performed that fight, but I do remember that like the second or third time I went in, I was that guy, that tank guy with 5 vulnerability stacks. That's why I'm not happy if people aren't full. Yeah, that also helps. I think the thrice come ruin is a better solution for like general boss mechanics, like in dungeons, for example, than twice come ruin, because the reason why I think it's better that it's thrice is specifically because some players will accidentally mess themselves up out of fear. Uh-oh, you didn't see the one behind you, did you? Oh, now you see it. But some players will mess themselves up out of fear of messing up. That is really hard. Somehow you got it. But that is really hard because you don't know how big the push is. What was I saying? But yeah, I think thrice come ruin is better than twice, because if it's twice, then it means you make one mistake and now you're in the danger zone, and some players are going to play worse out of fear of failure. Like, I don't know if this is very relatable, but like if you're playing, I don't know, Dark Souls, you're on a boss fight, you're 1 hit away from death and you don't have any Estus Flask left. You will almost certainly play way more defensively and not feel safe taking risks, which might lead you to making more mistakes. Trust myself. Exactly. But that's why I think thrice come ruin is better, because that means that you can have that warning over your head saying, oh, you messed up, play careful now, without you being 1 hit from death. And yes, that is true, push is always 2 pillars, but this is a run of someone going for the first time. Like, this is Matthew's first run in this dungeon. You don't know that the push is 2 pillars. But yeah, indeed, it is always 2 pillars in length. I think it's an interesting boss fight. The Gleaming says I definitely need the 3 shots on a new mechanic, because if it's only 2, I'll avoid the second one on accident without really knowing how I did it, and then die anyway later. Yeah, exactly. That is actually a good example. The last tier of Shadowbringers has twice come ruin instead of Vuln stacks. Oh boy. Well, I certainly remember that Delubrum Reginae has twice come ruin. I don't think the raid tier had that, though. I'm pretty sure it was just Vuln stacks. I know E12N had Vuln stacks. I know E11 had Vuln stacks, and no E10 had Vuln stacks on normal. So that was not Twice Come Ruin, but the Lubrum Reginae had Twice Come Ruin. I'm pretty sure E9 didn't have, also just had Vuln stacks, although you could just get immediately killed off by, you know, standing alongside someone else on a platform. Durante. Matthew says, the most important thing on this next boss is the damage numbers for my first few attacks. Oh, really? Are we gonna see 69, 420? Crit! Nearly 60,000. 58,000. That's pretty nice. Bondi says Shadow Dog and Gaia had XCOM Ruin. Right, I'm guessing on the Savage version, right? Yeah, exactly. Healer, by the way. I believe one of the, like, some of the biggest hits you can do in like currently is like Aflato's Misery is like in the top. Like, it's not the biggest, but it's like it's very high up there. I also I like the boss fights in this dungeon. I'm pretty sure I said that was a scary one with that bone stack. I'm pretty sure I said on the stream where I did this for the first time, I'm pretty sure I said I don't mind this in Expert Roulette for the rest of the expansion. Like, we could have gotten a lot worse. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. I think the tank has been here before. Yeah, that makes sense that in the Savage version they would have Twice Come Ruin. But the thing is that twice or thrice come ruin is, I feel like it is a better way to kind of punish the person that actually messed the mechanic up, instead of punishing someone else. Oh, that was a nice observation. Just see him raise the sword and you go, I should probably be closer to him. Hyoshiranryu is a good one. I think Midara Setsugeka kind of just completely dropped off a cliff with the Samurai's rework. Like, there's no chance because it lost Kaiten. That was what it needed to even have a chance to compete. Hyoshiranryu, Xenoglossy. I would say Double Down would have had a chance if it wasn't for the inherent damage down that tanks have to deal with. Will they LB though? There's the Mage LB from the Red Mage. Final Sting would be in the runnings, I suppose. Oh look, that's one of my videos. If not for the simple fact that, well, it's Blue Mage, and they have a 10 level disadvantage. Let's see. Hyoshiranryu, Aflato's Misery, Xenoglossy, Phantom Rush? Phantom Rush, right? I'm pretty sure Phantom Rush would be up there. Technical Finish is a good one. I feel like Akmon has a massive disadvantage because of pet potency as well. VX says, I recognize that screenshot you just showed for a sec. Oh, the thumbnail? Well, that's... video came out yesterday. I feel like Achmon is like at a severe disadvantage due to pet potency, but it would also be up there because it's still a mage action, right? With magic, maim and mend. Razor Blade says, what are we discussing? We were just talking about the strongest single hit attacks in Final Fantasy XIV. Because we saw Matthew use Flemma to do like back to back around 59,000 damage. It's like almost 120k back to back. Yeah, I think like single hits generally, I think I'm pretty sure that Ninja's Hyosho Ranryu is like so good that there's like, it's like we have Hyosho Ranryu up here and then there's the rest of the competition, and the reason for that is simply because of Caetsu. Machinist abilities because of reassemble. No. So the key thing we're talking about, what attacks can land the biggest single hit. Machinists have, they have a bunch of 600 potencies, and we also have to consider that they have a 20% bonus damage on top. But it's 600. Which means that with 20% bonus damage, they would be up at around 700. It's very impressive damage, and it's very consistent damage because of reassemble. That is actually the weakness of Ninja's Hyosho Ranryu, is you get 1 per minute because of Kaiten. But if it's a critical direct hit, I believe people say it does like 180,000? 180,000 or something to that effect. Which is absolutely ludicrous. But that is of course during raid buffs, I believe, like in the opener and all that. So it's like, it's a little hard to quantify like that. This is actually, I've talked about this before, usually on these Small Kai streams on Saturdays. Clean damage numbers don't really tell us anything, because how much damage it did exactly depends on your gear, what buffs you had, and there's like a variance. But it's a lot easier to just look at potencies. The problem is that it can be difficult to know whether you included everything. Like, for example, Machinist just randomly has a 20% damage buff just for everything. Bard also has that. And Dancer also has that. Mages just have like a 30%. I don't know if they stack. I'm pretty sure it's just one upgrade to the other, but that would still mean 30% more damage on everything. Just everything. Mages just do 30% more. Like, weirdly, they don't just remove that and just make them bigger potencies. And yeah, exactly. Black Mage just has a 23% damage bonus. On top of the 30%. So, like, all of these things you have to add together, but when you do, you can reasonably compare potencies between each other, where, because you have a 30%, that evens out the fact that Xenoglossy does not have Kaiten. Like, if you're going to compare an action to Hyosho Ranryu, you have to remember that Kaiten is always going to be included, so Hyosho Ranryu actually is a 1690 potency attack, because it's always going to have the Caetsu bonus. And that of course means that if you were to compare your Yoranryu to Black Mage actions, you could say, well, this 30% evens out the Caetsu buff, right? So if 23% makes Xenoglossy even with Yoranryu, then that would be more interesting. And that's also true, Bondi. Technically, Yoranryu also always have trick attack, so there's an additional 10%, similar to how Xenoglossy always has this 23%. And this is exactly the reason why, well, Black Mage cannot beat Yoranryu, because, I mean, you are at close to 900 potency. You're 400 potency behind, and you have about 13% damage bonus advantage over the ninja. So that's why Yoranryu is typically referred to as like, it's the mega nuke, right? That is the big damage button, the biggest one. And it was even at, I'm pretty sure even at Samurai's greatest peak, Yoranryu was still the best. Because I believe Midara Setsu Gekka peaked at 800 potency, and then you could use Kaiten to make it 1200. And then you have your, back then, the, well, I think the Jinpu damage buff was still 13% in Shadowbringers. But that would put you at 1330. And Ninja's over there laughing with Yoranryu, which is already there. So it's just, most of the competing actions just have too far to climb to reach that. And welcome back, Sergeant Blaine. The thing is, those passive... So what we're talking about is the biggest single hit. Like, what are the biggest attacks we can do in Final Fantasy XIV? And it kind of always circles back to Ninja because of Yoranryu. But yeah, the passive damage bonuses. Passive damage bonuses are typically completely forgotten. Because, like, unless you're actually interested in comparing potencies between jobs, it doesn't matter, right? Like, all ranged physical jobs have this buff. So you can realistically compare something like drill. You could compare realistically to technical finish if you wanted to. That's just the thing, that Dancer just has the passive damage bonus from standard finish that you have to include, for example. So, like, the thing is that those like, all ranged jobs have these for some reason. Like, all of them, all ranged jobs have them. Let's see, there's one. There's one. It's just all the healers, all the mages, and then the ranged physical just have like a slightly weaker one. And then the melee jobs just don't Lamau. And then there's also, of course, also the pet potencies. They're always fun. Burrito Blade says, do you think they should dynamically adjust tooltip potencies to reflect the hidden buffs? I don't think they should do that. I think they should just not have the hidden buffs. Like, just put the potency that the action has on the action. Like, if you have a permanent bonus, like an actual permanent bonus, then I see no reason to have it. Like, if you have a bonus that says all of your attacks do 30% more damage and all of your healing does 30% more healing, just add 30%. Just adjust the potencies to match. I also think that if there's any effects that are not permanent on you, like even something that just lasts a really long time, I think that they should not include it in the tooltip. I just think the base potency of any action should be exactly what it does if you're like just standing there on the street. Like, I shouldn't need to add this, in my opinion. Like, that should just be in Ruin 3. It should just say, well, it would be a little awkward if it said 403 potency. That would look very weird. Just make it 400 potency instead and just remove that effect, right? Just make the potencies make sense without this. Gazel says, does Earthly Star deal damage with pet potency? Yes. Not only does that mean that Earthly Star has a weird janky potency amount, like realistically a weird potency amount, but it also means that how much damage Earthly Star does depends on whether you have, for example, a card buff or Astrodyne when it pops, and not whether you had it when you placed it. I also like even numbers. And that is also true, JL. I've actually talked about this before. I don't want the tooltips to say the exact damage amount, because it would just be overwhelming to deal with. I'd rather have potencies that I can easily compare. There's also the part that, in my experience, other MMOs that have tooltips that say exactly how much damage they should do tend to be inaccurate. Like, you can't actually trust the tooltip. So I'd rather have potencies that I can trust. So, thing is, I would rather have that this wasn't a trait and the potencies just were correct. Like, that they just did 30% more. But I'd rather have this than something more convoluted. And yeah, Bad Angel. I remember at the start of Endwalker, this was 20%. At the start of Endwalker, this was 20%. So you had 5, 10, 15, 20. Nice. Then I think, I can't remember if it was 6.1 or 6.2, where they just changed 21%. And I was like, I had like actually a video I made going over the patch notes. And I was sitting there like, why? Why is that the solution? Of all things, why that? And now that they've like opened Pandora's box, they just go, well, 23% could work as well. I remember, like, for a similar example, in World of Warcraft back in Mist of Pandaria, they had a problem with monk tanks, brewmasters, doing too much damage. In like the final major balance patch they did, they just made it so that their tank stance, which was a stance, just inherently reduced all damage you did by 10%. But the tooltip didn't say that, and it never did. It just made it so that when you switched to the stance, if you checked your character sheet, like where you could see these stats, the weapon damage number, which was in the character sheet, was like written with red, and if you pointed at it, it was just like, oh, you're only doing 90% damage. And there was nothing in the game that explained why. It was just, you do 10% less. JL says, depends on how Enochian and main and mend work. They add multiplicatively. All damage buffs and these kinds of things add multiplicatively. Always multiplicatively. So that is also why I'm saying that something like this 30% damage buff, if they just changed the potencies to be 30% bigger and then still had Enochian be 23%, it would be the same. But yeah, exactly as Bad Angel says, all percent increases are multiplicative. Also, damage reduction in the other direction is multiplicative. And that is also true, Bondi. Nothing in the game says that pet potency exists. That is like, that is an addendum to this. Remove this, make the potencies correct to match, remove pet potencies, make the potencies correct. why are there pet potencies? Like, why? Why do the pets have to have different, like, it feels like it's just, like, it's like weird extra work. Like, couldn't they have just have made it so that the pet had the same stats as the owner and just called it a day? Like, it feels like so much extra work for something to just be more convoluted. Necromancer says, is this the workout stream? Probably not. Not unless you call drinking tea a workout. Yeah, exactly, Burrito Blade. That is why mitigation has diminishing returns. It's basically the inverse of, like, damage buff stack multiplicatively. The thing is, and I've talked about this before, logically it makes perfect sense for buffs to stack multiplicatively, but that is probably more because I've, you know, worked with programming and development and making things add additively in a way that makes sense without making game-breakingly unfair tricks is, I would say, it's really hard. Like, hypothetically, if defensive cooldowns stacked additively, right? If they stacked additively, then I have no idea how the game should, in a smooth way add reprisal together with Rampart. The boss is doing 10% less damage and I'm taking 20% less damage. The additive result is that I'm taking 70% damage in total. But that means that the boss has to basically say, I'm doing 100,000 damage, but I have reprisal on me. And then the tank has to go, and I have Rampart, so 10 plus 20, 30%, and then you take 70,000. Whereas if they are multiplicative, logically, all you need to do is that the boss says my attack does 90,000 because there's reprisal on it. It lands on the tank and they take 20% less, so we subtract 20%. You know, Sacred Soil is just a really backwards way of saying take 10% less damage. But yeah, it's the same. And yeah, that also makes sense, Burrito Blade, that in some games like Path of Exile, they might flat out say additive. There's actually an exception to the everything is multiplicative in Final Fantasy XIV. Percentage chance increases are additive. Which means that Devilment adds plus 20% crit rate and adds plus 20% direct hit rate. But the interesting thing is that the reason why this is because adding an additive increase to chances like this is equivalent in feel to a multiplicative effect once you like average it out. It's very confusing, but that is part of the reason, I believe. There's also the fact that if this was actually to be good and it was multiplicative, this should say like increases it by 150% or something to have the same effect if it was multiplicative. But it isn't. There was a time where some jobs had effects that gave them a multiplier on stats, like that they actually got like 15% more rating, but then they usually like referred to these stats themselves. Breezer Blade says, how does that interact with chain stratagem? I'm pretty sure that when you do the attack, it just acknowledges that the opponent has chain stratagem. There's a few possibilities of how that could work. Let's say that whether you crit or not is you roll a random number between 1 and 1,000, really even 0 and 1,000. And your chance to crit can only be increments of 0.1%. So that means that your crit chance could hypothetically be anywhere between 0 and 100%. It could be 0.1%, but it could not be 0.01%. So if your crit chance is 28%, that's pretty much as high as it goes without any buffs, then if you roll a 280 or any number below that, then it's a crit. If you roll anything above that, then it is not a crit. It could just roll this number, determine whether it's a crit or not, pass it to the boss, and then the boss has changed stratagem, so you reevaluate. Like, I'm just saying hypothetically it could be calculated like this. It just reevaluates, is it a crit now? Or it could even be that it just, the attack is sent to the boss with the information that you have this much crit, and this is your crit roll. And then when you reach the boss, change stratagem increases like the minimum requirement to crit, and then you determine whether it's a crit or not. I don't know exactly how it is how they calculate it in the back of the game, but that would be it. That is also why I'm saying if Reprisal and Rampart had to be additive, the problem is that additive effects kind of have to be like labels on stuff, because at the end you have to add them all together. And the reason why, the typical reason why I think everything is like multiplied together in games like this is because of defensive cooldowns. Defensive cooldowns are usually what can break the game if they were to be additive. If you use Sentinel, take 30% less damage. Then you use Rampart. Now you're taking, if they were additive, 50% less damage. You also block the attack. Is that additive? If it is, then 30% damage taken. Then you use Holy Sheltron and reduce your damage taken by 30%. So now you're taking 0% damage, but actually you were standing in a sacred soil. Well, to make it easier, you were actually affected by Kara Holy, so you're taking 10% less. So you're actually taking negative 10% damage. Does that mean you're healing? Does that mean you're healing? What does it mean to take negative damage? Does that mean that you're healing? But that's the kind of reasons. They could say it caps at 100%. They could do that, but they could also just say it stacks multiplicatively. Bad Angels is also, what about Hallowed Ground? Could you stack it to heal to full? That is actually an interesting thing, because invulnerability like Hallowed Ground and Super Bolide is not damage reduction. It's not. It is actually not damage reduction. It is damage prevention. What this means is if you take... if you're hit by an attack that has a dot attached to it, for example, then the way dot snapshotting works is that when the dot is applied to you, and this also applies to when you apply dots to enemies, it takes an account of how your status is and how your target status is. Which means that if you have no defensive cooldowns and the boss hits you with like a tank buster that does 100,000 damage and applies a dot that ticks for 20,000 damage every 3 seconds for 15 seconds. If you have no defensive cooldowns, then the dot does full damage. If you have Hallowed Ground, then the initial hit does 0 damage and the dot will tick for 0 damage, but assuming that preventing the initial hit didn't prevent the dot from being applied in the first place, which can happen sometimes. But otherwise, the instant Hallowed Ground ends, you take full damage from the dot, so 20,000 every 3 seconds. If, on the other hand, you use Rampart to take 20% less damage, then the Tank Buster will do 80,000 damage, and the dot will tick for 16,000 damage each tick. If you use Rampart and Hallowed Ground, then it will still tick for 16,000 damage each tick when Hallowed Ground ends, because Rampart reduced the damage of the attack itself by 20%. And that's what matters. Tyler, I think that one is like it's a case by case thing, because a clean example that I use is the final boss in Smileton places down a mine. If you take 0 damage from the mine, it does not give you a wound stack and it does not give you a paralysis debuff. You can prevent that by using Shake It Off and Bloodwetting as a warrior. Sometimes you might also need to use Vengeance, not sure. But a paladin can just walk into it with Hallowed Ground, and that also counts. So it's a case-by-case thing. And that's because sometimes it depends on what it accepts, actually. And that's also why the general idea is you can't assume that preventing the damage actually prevents the mechanic. It's not all mechanics that are prevented by taking 0 damage from it. Not all of them. Many, yes, but not all of them. It's worth keeping in mind. Bondi says, fun fact, Flamethrower applies damage every 1 second, so they are capable of making stuff apply off the server tick, but they don't for some reason. Yeah. Let's see. Blue Mage's Phantom Flurry and Apocalypsis also does damage every second. It is quite weird that they have these exceptions. One of the some of the weirdest stuff in regards to that, Bondi, is that if they could do that, like hypothetically, if they could do that like across the board, then PvP placed AoEs didn't have to be so weird. Let me take an example. The way Doton works in PvP is that when you place it, just like in PvE, it strikes everyone in the area and applies a debuff. Then, every 3 seconds, you might notice a problem there because it lasts 10 seconds. Every 3 seconds, it ticks and reapplies the dot. Or reapplies the debuff. The debuff Doton applies is a dot that lasts 5 seconds. And ticks every 3 seconds. Very, very weird. And the thing is, it's a little janky, and it is a way to make sure that people like get the debuff reapplied as they enter. But if it just ticked every second and just maintained the effect, then it wouldn't be a problem. Then it could just have lasted 15 seconds. But instead it lasts 10 seconds, and by random chance, it sometimes takes a total of 4 times and sometimes a total of 5 times. It's really, really weird. Sergeant Blaine says, if it keeps reapplying, does that mean that if you lost damage buffs in the meantime, would it then lose that damage as well on the dot? Yes. Every time you apply a dot, it takes a snapshot of your status and your target's status. Which means that if it applies a dot, then that's how it works. I'm not 100% sure on Doton because there is a possibility, shot in the dark, there is a possibility that the Doton you put down takes a snapshot of your current state and just reapplies the dot based on that state. But I don't know. And it would make sense that the target receives the effect. Apocalypsis loses the Moon Flute like almost immediately. I believe so. I'm not sure on that one. I was thinking of the PvP example. We can actually test the Blue Mage thing right now. I think we've tested this before. It's an ability, right? That is the important part. I use Moon Flute, and then, because it lasts 10 seconds, I will use Apocalypsis at 5 seconds, so that we see half of it with and half of it without. The damage numbers didn't really change. So, Apocalypsis snapshots. I did believe so, Gasoline. Hey, Skeleton Orchestra, I hope you're doing well. The key thing is, if you cast something, then it snapshots what you're doing when you start the cast, like how you're doing when you cast it. So Apocalypsis, for example, will memorize all of your status until you stop casting it. But the example that I was giving with Ninja is you have a ground-placed AoE that lasts a while. That applies a dot. If that Doton has pet potency, it probably doesn't, but if it had it, it could, because most pet potencies like do something more than just damage, and Doton in PvP applies a debuff, and that debuff does damage. So it might like work on pet potency logic. It's just that because it's PvP, there is no such thing as pet potency. Which job has the least buttons? Let's see, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 25? Pretty sure Summoner has 25. Someone suggesting Bard? And let's see. If we don't count LB, Mount, Teleport, and Sprint, then we have 36 minus 7. So 29, I get it too, but does that make sense? By that logic... Summoner should have 26. Did I forget something? Reaper's 23? Do they? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30. Well, roll actions are actions on your bar, so they have to count. But yeah, I would say Reaper is like Reaper and Summoner are jobs that are like they're a lot more efficient with their buttons because they're like combining them so they can do more things. Like if you actually needed separate buttons for everything Summoner does, then you would have, well, you would lose these two. Well, you would lose these three. This would become 2 buttons. And this would become 5 buttons. And these would each become 3 buttons. So like you would have +2. So 2, 4, 8, 9 extra buttons. And technically you would also need a summon Phoenix button, right? You have a lot. It's just that it's kind of compact. Bard has less than most DPS. Well, if we don't count roll actions, let me try this again. So Summoner has, well, let's see, 36 minus 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Right? And then also 6. So Summoner has like 21 buttons, from what I can tell at a quick estimate. But then you would say, well, 3. So 36 minus 1, 2, 3, 4. 6 here. So 10, 11, 12, 13. So that's 23. Very, very few amounts. I think all 3 ranged physical... Well, not really, because they have just the same roll actions as most others. How often are you actually using Foot Graze? How often are you using Sleep? I'm pretty sure most DPS jobs wouldn't ever need to use Leg Sweep. That's why I'm counting everything, because if you start going, but how often do you use this? Then suddenly it becomes subjective, right? Then it's suddenly, well, I don't use Foot Graze or Leg Graze, so they don't count for me. But someone might count it. If you do deep dungeons, then Foot Graze and Leg Graze might matter. Don't count Physic for Summoner. Hey, I will have you know that we have basically a competition in the Discord community server in figuring out the biggest possible Physic a Summoner could feasibly cast. It's not that impressive, but it's something. You apparently need the gear set that you get from 100 Seal Rock wins. And I don't think we've seen anyone do that. But yeah, if you start saying... I don't use this button, so it doesn't count, then it becomes unfair to compare, because then you could just go, well, this, I like, someone else could just choose to say they don't use a different button just for the competition, right? Like, if the fight doesn't go long enough, then a summoner doesn't need to use Lucid Dreaming, so that doesn't count. Sleep doesn't count. Physic doesn't count. If they don't die, then they don't have to cast Summon Carbuncle again, so that doesn't count. If no one dies, then Resurrection doesn't count. Like, that's why I counted everything. Like, indiscriminately. It was because then, otherwise, I have to, like, start making choices on what counts or not. Why even press Addle? Healer's got it, lol. Yeah, exactly. Why should I use Radiant Aegis? It's just a shield. It don't make me do more damage. It doesn't make me do damage. Why should I press Rekindle? It doesn't do damage. Phoenix bad. It make me do not damage. But yeah, regarding your question, even though it seems like it got a little bit off track, Skeleton Orchestra, I think the jobs that are like in the runnings for like the fewest buttons is like Summoner, Reaper, maybe Dancer or Bard. Maybe Warrior? In a way? But I'm pretty sure it's Summoner. But Summoner cheats. As I said, they have these nested buttons that do like 5 things. Like, that's totally fair in such a comparison, right? How much space on the table do you need to have all your stuff? Oh, I don't need that much. Camera, like, just pans to, like... a giant tower of stuff. I just put everything on top of each other, so I don't need that much space on the table. Monk has only 23 buttons as well. Let's see, 36 minus 4. Minus 4, so 8. And then if you don't count the roll actions, hypothetically, then it would be 22. But night, Socket. I hope you enjoy. But yeah, that's the thing. If you don't count roll actions, then you get much smaller numbers. The reason why I always count the roll actions is because... And I also brought this up. I also brought this up in my button bloat video from somewhat recently. You have to count the roll actions, because it seems the developers might, right? Like, Samurai lost Kaiten, Ninja's Phantom Kamaitachi was combined with Bunshin. Both of these things made sure that both Ninja and Samurai only have 4 crossbars. That's the controller hotbars of buttons. Going over 30 is too much? I don't know. I think, personally, as a person playing on a keyboard, I think the limit is 32. Because I have 4 things that I want on the bar that isn't job actions, right? But looking at it from the perspective of a controller player, I think the limit should be 28, maybe 30. But honestly, the thing is, do we need that many buttons? I'm not saying remove buttons make games simpler. I'm just saying, does having a lot of buttons make the game more complicated? What was it? Discussion on the combine combo buttons into one. Like, yeah, exactly, Sergeant Blaine. Once again, exactly what I was about to say. A lot of people say you could combine your 1, 2, 3 combos into singular buttons so that you could have space for more. But just like most other things we can come up with, doesn't that like just kind of kick the ball down the street? Like, if the problem is that we have too many buttons, then just stacking them, like squishing the buttons together and making fewer buttons do the same, and we kind of run into problems where each tooltip is going to look like this, or it's going to look like this. Like, actually, Living Dead is a perfect example of that, because Living Dead applies 3 different buffs, which would exactly be where we're going. 1, 2, 3 combo tooltips have like no information almost. I mean, you're right. But I was actually going for the same thing as Burrito Blade was saying. They might need to trim the fat eventually, and what I mean by that is not they need to remove stuff, like just in general. What I'm saying is they might need to make some choices on what things jobs need. I think removing some buttons, not necessarily the same buttons for everyone, but removing some buttons might be healthy for the game. We talked about goodbye an Atman, that's a good one. Who uses an Atman? I guess there is like a minuscule DPS gain if you use it perfectly. It is better than nothing, I guess. But something we were talking about earlier was that the 2-minute burst, among other things, happens to have the effect of making a lot of jobs feel samey and similar. The thing that makes jobs different from each other, in my opinion, the thing that makes them the most different, is that they have weaknesses. For example, I think like a month or maybe a more ago, someone pointed out they found it incredibly annoying that monks do not have a ranged attack. Like, the closest you get is you use Forbidden Chakra 5 times and then use Enlightenment for slight range. Not really helpful, is it? But that is what makes Monk special. Like, that is one of the things that makes Monk stand out from the other jobs, is that it is the job that cannot attack at range at all. And many jobs have this. Comically, some of the stuff that Paladin has as like identifying properties is that it doesn't really get any reliable self-healing until level 84. And Clemency doesn't count because it's a DPS loss. And yeah, exactly, as Bondi says, I'd rather have, like, I'd take no raid buffs with stronger job identity than what we have now. That is a way to do it. What I'm getting at is the weaknesses of each job is ultimately what makes them special. The things that they can't do, which is why jobs are starting to feel similar and samey, because only Monk doesn't have a ranged attack. Yep, only Monk does not have a ranged attack. Only Dark Knight does not have a short cooldown defensive that heals it. For example, right? And yeah, exactly. Paladin is also unique in that its builder spender is purely defensive. It's also unique now in that its builder is based on auto attacks. I believe Ninja used to have that as well, but it was changed. But because jobs are starting to be able to do everything, everyone can do everything, or almost everything, there's not very much, like, difference between the jobs by that point. They play a little different, but they can all do most anything, right? Like, Red Mage is special because it can spam raise. That's what makes it special. Summoner is special because it is a mage that basically doesn't have to stop to cast, which is really ironic. And if you remove buttons from jobs, that is the perfect opportunity to go, you know what? No, Gunbreaker doesn't get to have Aurora anymore, or something like that. Like, no, you don't get to have an OGCD heal. That's actually kind of weird, because I'm pretty sure Gunbreaker is unique for having that. But, like the thing is, Paladin and Warrior don't both need to have an AoE raid-wide barrier that also heals you. They don't both need to have that. Dark Knight and Gunbreaker don't both need to have a magic damage reduction raid-wide defensive. So Dark Knight is the only tank without a regen. Yeah, exactly. As I said, Dark Knight's short cooldown defensive is the only one without healing attached. And by trimming some of the buttons, we simultaneously can trim some of the options, right? Like, it could just get rid of some of the options. Which would make jobs feel more unique. And because of the sheer quantity of buttons we have, I'm pretty sure some jobs could just, like, delete an entire action bar of stuff and they would still kind of be this, like, they wouldn't have lost too much. Which is concerning in a way, isn't it? And that is also, I agree with that, Burrito Blade. I feel like maybe that is inherent in the way that they function. And Tyler says, Red Mage is good in proc, then you toss them for Black Mage when you're ready to clear. Don't you all love utility tags? This is actually something that I'm working on a video that also talks a little bit about. Is that utility tags has to exist because let's say that red mage did the same damage as black mage. Well, that they contributed the same. For the sake of simplicity, let's say red mage lost embolden, but now did the same damage as black mage. Why would you use a black mage if red mage is just as good? In fact, red mage's burst aligns better with raid buffs, right? So, but if red mage did the exact same amount of damage as a black mage, then red mage just provides more utility. So why would you bring a black mage? Because you enjoy black mage, of course, Blaine. But yeah, the only way to make this fair is if you buff red mage and summoner to be as powerful as black mage damage-wise, then black mage has to, in turn, receive utility. Like, I don't know, they used to have mana shift, right? But red mage and summoner also had that, so it was just that black mage could more easily apply it. But if you don't have utility, then your utility is your damage. So utility tax is simply that something has to cost something else. And it's just that the one thing that we usually look at when we're comparing is, do you do more or less damage? But that is the problem, JL, is red mage has to do less damage than black mage because red mage has a raise that makes it more helpful than a black mage when you need it. But if red mage could just do as much damage as black mage when it doesn't need raise, then it means that you would still choose red mage because red mage still has the raise when you need it. And it's a similar thing with, actually now that you say hallowed ground, it's a weird thing with invulns, because for some reason, at least as far as I can see it, invulns are compared to each other in a vacuum. What do I mean by that? Hallowed ground has a 7-minute cooldown, but it just makes you invulnerable. With no downside. Like, you're just invulnerable. Gunbreaker cuts a minute off that cooldown. As payment, they go down to 1 HP. But does that actually matter when Gunbreaker has this and this and this? Like, a Gunbreaker can actually heal itself quite substantially before those 10 seconds are up. Dark Knight does not become invulnerable. Hey, Tamales, thank you so much for the super chat. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. And thank you for watching. Thank you. Thanks for the guides. Bye-bye. That's funny. Let me continue. Living Dead cuts an additional minute away. Actually, that's really difficult. Warrior cuts 2 minutes away, but no longer becomes invulnerable, just incapable of dying. Which is way better, because Warrior is also capable of healing itself for an, like, comically massive amount, so does it really matter? And then Dark Knight is like, okay, I'll add a minute to that cooldown, but all of this, what I'm getting at is Holmgang on Warrior is not a downside. Super Bolide on Gunbreaker isn't as big of a downside that it is made out to be. Actually, if Super Bolide and Hallowed Ground changed places, I think actually Paladin would find it a lot harder to use Super Bolide, because you don't have any, like, reliable, consistent self-healing to, like, bring yourself back up in the same way. Like, yeah, you have Holy Sheltron, but it will not heal, like, as quickly and as effectively, in my opinion. So, like, if Paladin had Super Bolide, they would hate it compared to Hallowed. Like, it would actually be worse in a vacuum The clemency, well, that's a DPS loss. Paladins would hate having Super Polite in a vacuum, but then you remember that there's a healer. Like, that's the thing. What I'm trying to get at is Hallowed Ground doesn't need to have a 7-minute cooldown. And I think it's unfair that Holmgang only has a 4-minute cooldown. It's kind of weird that Warrior's Holmgang has a 4-minute cooldown when they can basically make a Scuffed Living Dead in the order that they need it. So honestly, like, example, Holmgang should maybe be a 5-minute cooldown, but the reason it isn't is because this tooltip is smaller than this tooltip. Like, Living Dead has a longer cooldown because it does more stuff. Weirdly, that no longer applies when we're looking at these cooldowns, right? I would say Bloodwedding does more than Heart of Corundum, but it has the same cooldown. And that is true, JL. Paladin could clemency itself, but the thing is, we have to remember that the Gunbreaker does not have to sacrifice GCDs to heal itself in this context. That is why Paladin would dislike it more. But you're right, a Paladin could in a vacuum just clemency itself while it is invulnerable to solve that problem. Burrito Blade says Holmgang also ends early if the target dies. And as both Bad Angel and JL points out, if you use Holmgang on yourself, that is not an issue. So you just have to, like, if you're fighting like a big AoE pack and you suddenly go, oh, I have to Holmgang, always target yourself and then Holmgang so that you can continue. A lot of warriors use a target me macro to make sure that it's not even an option to do anything else. But that of course also completely removes the ability to bind someone with Holmgang if you ever wanted to do that. And yeah, exactly, Skeleton Orchestra. On the one hand, if Paladin used Super Polite during Requiescat, they would have 4 GZDs to heal themselves for 400 cure potency repeatedly. So that would like make it kind of okay. The problem is that because Paladin's healing comes in like bursts like that, their invuln might not actually come in there. And that is also true. I wouldn't want to have Holmgang on a macro because I would rather accidentally put it on something than not click it. Like that I just mash and then miss the queuing windows it doesn't activate. I'd rather have it activate scuffed than not at all when I need it. And in most boss fights, it doesn't matter. Because if the boss dies, you've won. Holmgang is used on specific mechanics. That is true. But as long as... So the thing is it ready? It's not ready, so I can't test it. The thing is, if you use Holmgang with a hostile target, you will attempt to bind that target. Most bosses are immune, of course. If that target dies, then you lose Holmgang early, for some reason. If you're in a boss fight, then if the boss dies, you probably don't need Holmgang anymore. In a dungeon context, you don't need Holmgang. Personally, I have some tenacity incidentally on my gear, but I don't need it. Like, if I'm using Vengeance and Bloodwedding, and like if I'm using my cooldowns right, I don't need Holmgang. Like, that would really require things to go bad and wrong. But I would rather have Holmgang accidentally get put on a random mob in a dungeon than it not activating. Compromise, remove the if the target dies clause, raise the cooldown to 5 minutes. You know, the funny thing is that Holmgang is like a deceptively short tooltip because it has not one but 2 hidden effects. No, wait a minute. Kind of 3 hidden effects. The first hidden effect is it doesn't actually mention how long the snare is on the target that you use Holmgang on. It just says that it holds their movement with chains. That's missing. 2, it doesn't say that if the target dies, you lose Holmgang. 3, Holmgang gives you knockback immunity for some reason. It used to snare you to the ground so you couldn't get pushed at all, but it doesn't say that you're immune to knockback immunity. So it actually has 3 things that it just doesn't mention for some reason. And if you use Holmgang while targeting nothing, yourself, or an otherwise invalid target, meaning a friend, it will just fail to apply the snare and you will get the invulnerability. So it's only if you're targeting an enemy that it actually applies that effect. Sergeant Blaine says, now that you say that, wouldn't it be a good punishment that you cannot move during the invuln, so that if you had to move, are mechanically messed up? Well, that is an interesting suggestion, but they actually removed that effect, as I said. Originally, Holmgang was not an invuln. The original incarnation of Holmgang was it bound you and your target to the floor in melee range of each other. That's it. That's all it did. Very useful for a tank. Right? Then they added the can't die thing. Then they removed the knockback, then they removed the snaring effect. And then they made it possible for you to use it without a target. Thank you for checking in, Skeleton Orchestra. And yeah, that is also true. You could also just right-click Holmgang off when you needed to get moved. Case in point, I believe you can do that with inner release if you do need to get knocked around. But who would want that? But it is funny. Paladin, Dark Knight, and Gunbreaker has 6 seconds of knockback immunity. Warrior has 31 seconds of knockback immunity. For some reason. Burrito Blade says, could you foresee a future where tank invuln becomes a role action instead? No, because they decided to give them 4 distinctly different ones. If one day we had like a massive button cleanup where they removed a bunch of actions, then I could imagine that one thing they might do is go, well, because of old content, tanks need to have an invuln of some sort, because a lot of strategies have been formed around this. There might be mechanics that literally cannot be dealt with otherwise. They would need to choose one of the 4 invulns and just make that a role action, for example. So that everyone has one. I could imagine that they would make Holmgang that one, because that is technically the weakest of the 4. The reason why its cooldown is so short is because it is the most basic of the four. It gives you the least amount of stuff. It's just that because it is on the warrior who didn't need any of all the other stuff, it doesn't feel like it's lacking anything. It doesn't need Living Death's healing because you have Bloodwetting and Equilibrium. It doesn't need to be invulnerable because, well, you're a warrior. So they could just give just make Holmgang, like give it a different name maybe, and just make it a role action. They could even, like, if they really wanted to, like, skim down on buttons, they could add a lot of stuff to role actions. Like, they could add a bunch of things for all roles, like, for different roles that they don't need all the time. And then, like, it used to be a thing that role actions you could only take 5. Like, you had to choose 5 from a list of more than 5. So they could just say, well, you have to choose the invuln over something else. Like, if you put like 15 things into the role action list, I'm just spitballing here, right? And say pick 5, then you automatically make it so that instead of there being 15 actions you have to choose, there's only 5 buttons, because you can only bring 5. And yes, that is true, you used to have cross-class actions, but the thing is, that was basically the same as role actions in some capacity. It was just that you could use stuff from multiple jobs. From what I've heard, overall it was more annoying than fun. Although it was very interesting that Paladin could choose Raise, but not Swiftcast. I believe that is also part of the reason why Paladin doesn't get a healing spell until level 58. That's because they were supposed to have Cure, because they got Cure from cross-class actions. And then they lost Cure, and now they just have... well, they just don't get a healing spell. Until Clemency. But yeah, that would be something. They could put a bunch of stuff into role actions, like stuff that all tanks need to have, stuff all healers need to have. Like, I kid you not, you could make Cure a role action. If that's what you wanted. You just make Cure a role action. Because technically, Physic, Diagnosis, well, you know, with Eucrasia being a little twist on that, Cure and Benefic are all just Cure, right? It's Cure 1. So you could, like, just grab a bunch of stuff that is basically the same, but you don't always need in content. Just put into this role action list and go, pick 5. There you might actually, like, that might actually add some creativity, because then you would be like, well, I don't know if I need this or that. Maybe I don't need the knockback. Maybe I can just deal with the knockback mechanic. Stuff like that. But for example, you would have to include an invuln somewhere, because there are mechanics that might actually exist that people have no idea how to deal with without an invuln. So for the safety of keeping the old strategies intact, put one. But I think that would be a way to, like, solve that. You could put a lot of stuff in there, potentially. And I say potentially, like, all tanks have a raid-wide defensive cooldown. And they're pair-wise very similar. Just as another example. That could be a role action. That could be a role action. Although... it's too similar to Rampart, so you'd probably have to choose both. Although that is also a decision if you can only have 5. Do you want the 30% with a shorter duration and longer cooldown? Or the 20% with a longer duration and a shorter cooldown? Or do you need both? Do you need both? Like, a lot of consideration you could add there. But the thing is, I'm not a developer for Final Fantasy XIV. Some would say fortunately, some would say unfortunately, but that could be a way to combat the button bloat. But I don't know. As far as I am concerned, it looks like the development team views 32 buttons as the limit. That's where they say stop. And speaking of saying stop, I feel like we talked a lot about a lot of stuff. Like, imagine this stream started with me talking about the Fall Guys event, and now we're here talking about button bloat. If you would like to see more of the wonderful people that you've seen in the chat, or me, remember that there is a community Discord server that you can join, where you will find all those people. You will also find a weekly schedule, where you will see what else is happening in a week. I usually update it Sunday or Monday, so you can see the upcoming week of stuff. There's also an announcement room where you'll see whenever I plan a new stream, post a new video, it usually shows up there first. You can also, in the role assignments room, you can choose a bunch of roles, but a specific one you can choose is the reminder role, which means that I will notify you whenever I post about a stream. I'll give you a reminder around 15 minutes before, like, time-sensitive stuff like video premieres or streams starting. You might find that helpful. I think it's usually more helpful than the YouTube notifications, just as an example. And if you did enjoy this stream in particular, where we talked about a lot of stuff, it would help me a lot if you leave a like on the stream itself, like in the thumbs up thing. I'm not sure where it is. I believe it's usually down there. That tells YouTube that it was like a good stream and that more people should watch it, and that helps my channel grow. So thank you so much in advance. I think that's everything on my usual list, so to speak. Bondi says we don't have a button bloat problem. It's because I still have empty slots on my hotbars. Genius. There you go. We haven't reached the peak yet. We could have had 5 hotbars. 60 button job, anyone? You thought Paladin was the piano tank, but you were wrong. We could go so much further. Anyway, tomorrow I have I'm making a premiere. Let's hope I remember it this time, unlike last week. A premiere on a video where I give an overview of what I know about the new Viper job that we saw a little while ago. That means my perspective on what I've seen in the trailer, and a speculation on what that could mean. What would the job be? How could it work? Is it actually Reaper with 2 weapons? Who knows? And I hope you will find that interesting. It will be a premiere, so you can watch it alongside me on the release, which, remember, we're going GMT +1, because in Denmark, it's winter time now. Just keep that in mind. I'll put a reminder on everything. It's a ninja with skill speed. Well then, that could be. Right, but aside from that, hope you all enjoyed the stream, enjoyed the conversation. I certainly did. I apparently went 2 more hours than I normally would on these streams, so I had fun, at least. With that said, good night, good morning, afternoon, or evening, depending on where you are in the world, and I hope to see you all very soon. Bye-bye.